All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, watch nerds, horology heretics, and those who just clicked in because they saw Kevin O'Leary's name and thought this was Shark Tank. Welcome to Talking Watches, episode 1610. It's getting difficult to say this. It's August 11th, 2025, live from my New York City apartment studio, where the espresso is strong, the opinions are stronger, and the grift is always running at full power. For those new here, my name is Tim Wright. I do this show every single night at 5 p.m. New York time. 3 hours of live, unfiltered, interactive watch talk. It's my full-time job, which means if you want your questions answered, your hot takes roasted, or your wrist flex validated, you got to send it via Superchat. That's how I stay independent, keep the lights on, and keep bringing you guys shows every single night. I call it grifting as a joke, not a real job, but somehow it pays my rent. I know miracles do happen. But hey, if you want to join the live stream later on, the link will be in the chat. Everybody's welcome. Unless you're wearing an Invicta the size of a wall clock, then we're going to have to talk about your life choices. Just very quick recap from last night. We cracked open a Riesling Spätzle, and our wine guide, Mike Lewis, took us on the full tasting journey. Kojak unboxed a moon swatch that he man, that he was waiting whole night to get. I don't know if it was worth it. But also, we welcome a new member to the watch community. Shout out to Black Dial, all the way from Germany. He had over 400 professional dives and actually uses his watches for underwater purposes. Tonight, we've got a very special guest. We are joined by Cameron Ross Steiner. Yes, the man behind the recent and the very controversial video. Let me just pull it up here for a second. Just plop it on the screen. I think everybody already watched this. Just here we go. I will put the link to the video in the chat as well. Put it there. Okay, it's collecting FP Journe with Kevin O'Leary and Pierre Halimi Lacharlotte. I'm butchering the name there. Hopefully, Cameron will help me teach me how to pronounce it correctly. If you haven't seen it yet, Kevin O'Leary, or Mr. Wonderful, sits down with Pierre Halimi Lacharlotte, the U.S. director of FP Journe, to talk about collecting, scarcity, and the philosophy behind one of the most sought-after independent watch brands in the world. This video has made waves, and tonight we get to talk directly to the man who interviewed them both, and we'll dig into what it was like to sit across from Kevin O'Leary and Pierre, behind the scenes at the stories from filming, the controversy around the celebrity hype and independent watchmaking, and whether FP Journe is still collector's grail or now just a rich man's investment portfolio. Grab yourself coffee, your wine, your Riesling, if you still got it from last night. This is going to be a big one. Let's roll in and bring Cameron on here. Cameron, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. Just so my audience understands, I don't just throw around words like special guest. Tonight, we have someone who has been at the center of one of the most talked about interviews in the watch world this year. I'm talking about the man who sat down face to face with Kevin O'Leary and Pierre and talked about FP Journe scarcity, investment, hype, and let's be honest, controversy. This guy who isn't afraid to go deep with people inside the industry. He's built a reputation for pulling great stories out of collectors and industry insiders. He's thoughtful, he's passionate, and judging by the comments under the video, he's also not afraid to stir the pot a little bit. Cameron, welcome to the show. Can we get a wrist check tonight, and why you chose to wear this watch for the conversation?
Yeah, certainly. It's actually just the watch that I've been wearing all day. This is a vintage Patek Philippe reference 3796 in rose gold with a rose gold dial. Sorry for the reflection here.
Sweet watch.
Special part about this. Thank you. Special part about this is, I don't know if you could see it, but it's actually Tiffany & Co. signed.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just a spectacular watch. It's pretty much unpolished, little engraving on the back. Had it on a, this is a custom navy blue Epsom calf strap from my friend Reef, who runs Wristwatch Me out of Canada. So if you guys don't know Reef, please check Reef out. He makes incredible straps, super affordable. And Reef is just maybe one of the nicest guys in this industry. So,
and what part of Canada?
That's a good question. I could tell you probably in just a second here. I don't want to give away his full
I actually
location,
know
but
Reef. He's a great guy. He offered to do a limited edition of straps for my viewers, but I was just so happy. I had a terrible situation to happen. I couldn't afford to do the collab, but maybe very soon I'll reach out to him and we'll do something special for the
you
viewers.
should. And if anyone here is watching and needs a custom strap and you reach out to Reef, just tell him that that I sent you and he'll take extra good care of you. So
there you go. Mention Cameron. And now, what about the engraving on that watch? Is that your engraving, or this is from part of the history?
It's part of the history. I'm a little bit under embargo about it, as it's
Sure.
from a very controversial family within the U.S. So I'm not going to say too much about it. But it's a very simple engraving. It's a to and from engraving, if you will, and a date on there. But I just know where it originated, and they've asked to keep it private, so I'm doing so. But you know, the best part about it is that the 3796 is finally coming to light for a lot of collectors as a great place to get into Patek Philippe collecting. At 30.5 millimeters, I mean, it wears pretty spectacular on about a 7-inch wrist. So it's great value. You can pick these up in yellow gold with a really standard dial for 10, 11K. And I don't know how you beat that.
Well, the lugs are wide on that. It's a 21 mil, right?
No, this is like an 18 millimeter lug width.
Okay. All right. Because it looks good on your wrist.
Yeah, no, it honestly wears well on everybody. I will confidently say that.
It looked like it was like a 37 size, like the more modern Calatrava, and the new one that just was released, I think they pushed it even bigger. But the smaller ones, reference 96, those have been really popular.
Well, this is great because this is a exact replica of the 96 down to the proportions. The only thing that's different is the case back and, making it a little bit more water resistant from the 96, but it is purposefully almost a 1-for-1.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's freaking amazing. Well, thank you for wearing that beautiful watch for tonight's live stream.
Sure.
Just one more watch question. Maybe you can tell us about if you remember your very first watch and if you still have it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my very first proper vintage watch was a Cartier Santos Dumont reference 1576. It was a gift from some family, grandparents, and I still have it in my collection today. It's one of my favorite watches. It's never going anywhere. It's something I always admired, and I'm lucky to own it.
Sweet. All right, audience, let's see your wrist checks in the chat. Let's give some bonus points if they're wearing an indie watch. So while you're joining us here, make sure to join in on the fun. Just very quickly, I'm wearing a Ming. It's the one with the salmon dial. Actually, kind of similar along the way. It's not an FP Journe, unfortunately, but it kind of brand that reminds me a little bit of FP Journe. Purchased this from a friend from Canada, actually. Actually, you know what? One more question regarding FP Journe for Cameron. If money or allocation wasn't an issue, Which FP Journe do you think you would add to your collection tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. It's a Havana CS in the red gold. Brown's my favorite color. It's the color of the Collector's Dream brand. It's just a color I've always admired that I don't feel a lot of watch brands take advantage of. And I think that Journe executed it perfectly with the Havana CS. So that's the route I take.
Timmy, that's the one that Sean in our community. That's a guy named Sean who lives out in Los Angeles. That's the one that he wants.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful watch.
You and I both, Sean.
Yeah.
a highly desirable watch. I love it. You know, every time I see it. Actually, I went to London Watch Week in couple of months back, and bumped into a lady who was wearing a rose gold Havana on the wrist in the elevator at the show. Beautiful watch in person.
Love it.
And it looks good both with the white metal and the rose gold metal. Okay, so let's get into the deep dive here. Can you tell us a little bit, like, how did your interview with Kevin O'Leary and Pierre came together? Who reached out to who?
Yeah, for sure. So for those that don't know, I run Collector's Dream Radio. It was, as of maybe just a few weeks ago, a audio only podcast where I interview strictly celebrities and public figures and executives that collect things. So this isn't just watches. I interview people who are at the top of their game in the business world, or some of the best collectors in the world, whether they're public figures, celebrities, whatever it may be. And it's never about always what's sitting in the safe. It's always about more of the why, or how they got into it and why collecting has been important to them. And of course, if the collectors, like in this instance with Kevin, want to show their collection, that's great, because people want to see that too. But the podcast is moving to video only. As my social media stuff grows, I'm focusing a lot more on that and less on putting out an episode every week, more of making it a, where Hodinkee, for example, puts out, their Talking Watches videos once a quarter, if you will, and makes it something special. That's what my videos are going to be going forward. So I'll travel to the guests. We'll do it on whatever it may be. And for those who haven't seen, this is actually my second video with Kevin. The first video we did together was in New York, and we talked about collecting in general. He's got a pen collection, he's got a guitar collection, watches, of course. So we sat down at in the Bugatti dealership in Manhattan, and we we talked about all things collecting. And while we were hanging out that day off camera, I said, I have a couple ideas of some things that we could do together. Doing a video at the Journe Boutique in Miami with Pierre was one of them, simply because I know Pierre, because he's come out to have some dinners and whatnot with a watch group that I'm a part of here where I live. So Kevin was all about it. Time goes on, X amount of months later, we finally make this happen. And that's just the way the cookie crumbled.
Wow. Incredible. And then, so going into that room, what were you expecting from both Kevin and Pierre? How did the reality compare?
Yeah, exactly as I expected. The Kevin that most people know is Kevin from Shark Tank, where he's very, I wouldn't say aggressive is the right word, but maybe honest with people that ask him stupid business questions, or present him with stupid ideas, or asking for a stupid amount of money for a stupid idea. And he's honest with those people. But this is the stuff that he loves, and he's unapologetically honest and himself when talking about this stuff. And so it went exactly as expected. I let Pierre and Kevin do a lot of talking against each other, and let them, Pierre has different opinions than Kevin, and Kevin has different opinions than Pierre, yet they still have dinner together every time they're in Miami with each other, with their wives. So it went as expected, and I was thrilled to do it and be a part of it.
It's like, it's hard, it's hard. You have collectors and you have the watch manufacturers, and there has to be a balance.
They're both strong personalities. So it's amazing.
Both strong personalities. And I've met Kevin once at the Watch Time New York. I was doing a live stream, and we asked him a question about he just recently acquired the Day Date with the
The puzzle
Puzzle
dial.
done. That's right. We asked him about it. Like, well, what do you think? Are you surprised about this fight? He told us, "I deserve it." What do you mean surprised? So it's very spicy, you know.
Look, there's a reason that he's on TV, and not everybody on TV resonates with everybody. And in fact, most people on TV can rub people some type of way. But when it comes to this topic, and I think before we get started here on whatever questions you want to ask, I think it's important for people to know that nobody should take anything too seriously.
Yes.
Kevin has deep pockets, deeper than most people that I know, and has the ability, if he can, get allocated to go and buy this stuff. And I'd have to imagine if everybody who's watching or going to listen to this had as deep of pockets, if not half of as deep of pockets as he does, and got offered this stuff, and all it took was making a request or making a phone call or schmoozing, that you would take it. And I think people forget that. That doesn't make it easier or harder for someone to get a watch here, that doesn't have Kevin's situation. But I think people get a little too serious with this stuff. And that's why I like to bark back in the comments sometimes.
It's good to see it.
Yeah.
I'm under 24/7 surveillance. So I kind of know how tough it could be, just being in the public image all the time. I feel sometimes maybe Mr. Wonderful gets bashed online a little bit too hard. But you know what? He kind of takes it like a champ. He doesn't get offended. So it's just a good sport. And
And I don't think it's as much being a good sport. I think it's like he's done everything that he can do plus more, and he's still doing things in business and in the watch world and content, whatever it may be. And why care about what anybody thinks of you, right? Like his success has gone like this, right? And no matter how controversial he is, he still goes like this. So why not continue to do what you got to do? And
if it's working, why do anything differently?
Correct. And I think the idea is that he knows that the things that he says and does make people watch his videos and comment, and people get so angry and they just sit behind the keyboard and get freaked out and steaming, right? But that's what he wants. The more comments, the more press, the more viral a video goes for him, whether they're good or bad. And I don't blame him.
And at the end of the day, all these collectors, they should be grateful that there's people talking about watches, whether it's not all wholly positive. You have to just you have to separate kind of the reps, the people who work for the company, versus people who are kind of like Kevin O'Leary and who are enthusiasts who have an audience, and they're promoting it basically to their audience. Some of it is for their own self-interest, but also for those who have been early in FP Journe, they're going to benefit it from this, whether they like it or not.
Right. For sure.
So Kevin often frames FP Journe as an investment. What's your take on that? Do you think it's good or bad for the brand?
Well, it's funny because Pierre doesn't really like that. And that was one of their contentious points. Even something that Pierre really wanted me to talk about was, and it was already in my talking points. And I'd mentioned that to Pierre, and he was really excited that I wanted to bring this up. But yeah, Kevin does talk about watches as an investment, or things that he buys that have a price tag as an investment. And in a way, I understand why he does it. Finance is a big part of his platform, not just on alternative assets, but on politics, on business. And a lot of people that follow him for those pieces of content. Not everybody follows him because he has money to buy shit. Excuse my language. I don't know if I can.
No, you can swear all you want. Just,
you do it all the time.
Okay. And so, I think people get a little worked up about that, but I think the reality is that Kevin's not selling anything. So the investment doesn't mean shit if he's not selling something. He wears all of his watches. He wears his, Piece Unique vertical tourbillon Journe with a red K on it. If he wanted to keep that as a crazy investment that he was going to sell one day down the road to put at auction, whatever it may be, he would never wear that. He would put it in the safe and lock it up, as he would with all these watches. He wouldn't wear 6 watches, 12 watches a day, whatever it may be. And I think that people, he would be remiss, in my opinion, if he didn't talk about, I bought this watch, I got it at retail, and this is how crazy the market is. People look to Kevin for investing advice. That's why he's a shark on Shark Tank. He makes investments in companies that hopefully go like this, and then he sells them. So yeah, I think he would be remiss if he didn't talk about it. Do I agree with it? No, but at the same time, he's not selling them or flipping them. So what do I care? And to be honest, no one else should really care either, because the people that get a Journe, that go and flip it, right? And I said this to Pierre, those people get blackballed from the company. There's an opportunity for them to sell the watch back to Journe and keep their relationship. I don't know that means they'll ever get offered something again, but you can sell your watch back to Journe if you're in a tough situation in life or don't want it anymore. But if you go on the secondary market and you flip it, you will be blackballed from brands like Journe and probably other brands when they find out. And so the whole investment thing doesn't always work for people in the way that you think it's going to work, right? If you don't care and you want to make 40 grand on your Havana CS that you just got, 30, 40 grand, okay, right? Like, is that going to be life-changing for you down the road? I don't know. But I think people get worked up about this whole investment thing. And, finance is a big part of Kevin's platform. And if he was flipping watches, I think I would have a much more different opinion. It doesn't bode well for Journe for like basic press. And I think that's what maybe Pierre doesn't love about it. But I think any watch enthusiast or collector should be able to look just one step past that and realize like there's a whole nother layer to this.
I don't know, understand how it became like a toxic word to call a watch an investment. If anything, that's like that's a good thing that a watch could be an investment, as well as art, as well as just a piece of history, right?
For sure.
It's just another dimension to a wristwatch. Kevin O'Leary, he wants to say that these are great investments. If people want to follow him and invest, quote unquote, on watches, I mean, it's I don't know if that's necessarily the best advice. There's a lot. FP Journe might actually be a great investment of a wristwatch compared if they stick to the limited production, the way they do things. They seem to do all the right things when it comes to their business model. But
Well, here's my other take on this. If someone
Mhm.
has enough money to go on the secondary market and spend double what the retail is on a Journe,
Yeah.
they're probably someone who shouldn't care as much about investment. If you're a dealer and you're a flipper, that's a different story. If you're a collector and you're going on the secondary market and spending 80, 90 grand on a watch, maybe you shouldn't care so much about the investment side of things and focus more on what you're buying and enjoy it. And I think that's where the investment thing gets hazy, is because it's the secondary market of things where people go and buy things and think that they're going to make all this money or that they have this crazy portfolio. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
I agree with you on that. I am a true advocate of value retention on a watch.
Yeah.
And that's like the most important thing, not investment, value retention. So if I buy a FP Journe on the secondary market, which I'm not going to say if I did or haven't or haven't, but if I did, it has a value retention of, say, a Cardamom Blue where it was $85,000 2.5 years ago. They're about 100 grand now.
Sure.
So I'm not going to lose anything if I buy it on the secondary market. I'm never going to get one from Journe. This is how I look at it. I'm never going to get one from Journe unless I go up the ladder, which in my age I'm not going to do. And so basically, they're one of the few watches that actually has true value retention, and that's how I look at Journe.
Sure. And I think people get so worked up over this topic, but they're missing the main point. And that's that Journes are really a work of art. They're incredible watches. And I think what's really interesting that Pierre mentioned is that anytime they put out a new watch, It's not just a new dial. It's not just a new, it's a completely new watch. It's an unheard of mechanism that Journe has come up with anytime they put out a new watch. And I think that that's really special. And there's not many people, if any, that really do that. Maybe, there's all these other smaller independents. Every time they put out a new watch, they only have, maybe 5 in their whole catalog or 5 in their whole history, right? But Journe's made a lot of different watches over the years, and anytime they do it, it's a new mechanism. And I think that that's really special. And he's a master at what he does, and people need to recognize that. And I don't think anybody should. Let me put it this way: I'm out of my close friend group, like really close immediate friend group, not in the watch world. I'm the only one who is really serious about watches. I have a lot of friends that are interested in getting into watches now, so I'm the go-to person for them to help them find and get what they want. Often when they want something vintage, the question is, what's going to hold its value? And that's a really valid question to ask. That's a roundabout way of asking what is a good place for me to park my money, which is also a good roundabout way of saying what's a good investment.
Yes.
People want to know that when they're spending $4, $5, $10, $15, $20, $35, whatever it may be, $1,000, it's not cheap. Even $1,000 isn't cheap to somebody. $150 isn't cheap to somebody. They want to know and feel good about the purchase they made when they know nothing about this stuff.
It's a really good point, because there's a lot of why should what's the opposite of that? Should collectors expect to spend $50,000 to $100,000 on the watch, and then poof, it just value goes down to $1,000 or $2,000? The opposite of it makes no sense. So the fact that FP Journe is doing things in order to keep the brand being on people's mind continues to drive the demand. It's because the demand is important. If the demand, it's managing supply versus demand. They're trying to do whatever they can to gin up the support for the brand and get more people involved. Kevin O'Leary, he's a super collector. He's one of these people who might be very controversial outside of wristwatch space for his hot takes. But as a collector, he's kind of cool. He hasn't sold his watches, right? He hasn't been hypocritical on his wristwatch collecting. And I think he's been also very kind of brave, putting watches on these red straps and just having fun with the hobby. So like you said, so many people go crazy about this. It's fun. It's supposed to be fun. Where's the fun, right?
Well, and I think another point that people are missing is, there's a lot of talk about FP Journe, but how many people are going on social media, on YouTube, on the news, on Shark Tank, promoting that brand as a great watch brand? And FP Journe's not the only brand that he does that with. Kevin collects Patek, Rolex, Audemars Piguet. He collects A. Lange & Zone. He has Creedors. He's got his original Cartier Panthère two-tone. He's got a vintage Omega Speedmaster. He's got all this stuff, and he loves all of them equally.
Heck, he's got that stuff from Teddy Balazar he bought when they walk around too. He has so-called shitters,
And most of the videos in the watch world that come out about these brands are always, a lot of times, critical of them, or critical of the watches, or hot takes on what's wrong about it, or what's wrong about the situation, or is it great value, is it not? All Kevin does is come on and say how much he loves this stuff. Right? And he's unapologetically honest about the fact that he could care less about what a tourbillon is.
I think the reason some people are upset about this whole situation, because FP Journe is such a super enthusiast brand for mega enthusiasts, and he even mentioned they don't sell watches to people that don't know anything about watches. If you don't know anything about the FP Journe that you want to buy from FP Journe, they're not going to sell it to you at from retail, which is very cool. And I think some collectors are worried that, hey, it's already difficult enough to get an FP Journe. If all Kevin O'Leary's friends are going to start investing in watches, start buying them up, there's going to be less supply for the rest of them. But I think that at the end of the day, FP Journe seems to be like they're trying their best to make sure that these watches are going to go number one, even if these investor friends or just people who watch Karen O'Leary, they still going to have to buy those watches for investors. They're still going to have to learn about watches, so they're going to be turned into collectors and educated about watches, and that's good for the hobby, I think.
For sure. The biggest FP Journe collectors that I know, Kevin aside, are people who are hardly on social media, if on social media at all. Yes. They get allocated at least 1 or 2 pieces a year. That may be a piece unique every year. That may be anything from the catalog every year. They're guaranteed at least 1 piece a year. I know multiple of these types of collectors, and they may or may not be on social media. A lot of them are not. And Kevin's not the only person that's getting these watches. And I think people need to understand that just because he's going on social media talking about them, there's plenty of people that have created these relationships with these ADs, in this case, specifically Journe, and get watches not anytime they want, but they get a watch a year or they get a watch every couple of years, and it's not a big deal. They're just not people on social media. I think, people are very quick to come up with conclusions and assumptions about what's wrong and what's not right, instead of wasting your time bitching and moaning constantly. Go make the relationship at the AD if you really want one. If you are so upset that Kevin or another collector has gotten a watch and you haven't, guess what? It's really not that hard to go get one and make a relationship. Go to the events, show up at the boutique, be inquisitive, know about the brand, ask questions, go in there to try it on. You don't have to suck up and bring them flowers or drop off donuts, okay? Show your interest, don't hound them and be annoying, and just be yourself and show that you actually are a great collector who deserves one of these. And guess what? There's a good chance that you could get one of these watches. There's a great chance that if you walk into a Rolex boutique and you schmooze with your AD and you are not hounding them, but you keep on reminding them of why you're a good candidate to get a watch, there's a great chance that you could get something.
And then when you get it, it's going to be so much more special.
And if you're not, and it's okay if you're not a TV personality and it's not as easy as making a phone call and 6 months later you get your watch. That's okay. If you want to become a TV personality, you can work towards that too. That's what Kevin has done, right?
There's a price to pay for being a TV personality, right?
There is, for sure.
Kevin gets scrutinized about anything and everything he says, right? That's why a lot of these collectors, they don't go public with their collections. They value their privacy. They don't want to be trolled online by some keyboard warriors, right?
Yeah.
So from what you've seen, do you think this celebrity hype help an independent brand like FP Journe get more recognition, or does it just create a feeding frenzy?
Look, it can't possibly create a feeding frenzy unless you have the money. And the people that have the money that get an allocation from an AD and then sell it are blackballed. And those allocations then go to somebody else down the road. If you have enough money to buy on the secondary market, no one can control the secondary market except for the people who are buying it and selling it. So I do think that Kevin's efforts have put FP Journe in a light with a lot of collectors that didn't know FP Journe existed. But guess what? That's really beneficial for FP Journe, that they just got a whole bunch of more eyeballs on their brand from people that only knew the names Rolex, Patek, and Audemars Piguet.
And the people who are waiting to get their FP Journe, I think they have to make a better case. Continue. Don't give up. It is definitely a brand that's worth pursuing, because I know some people who watch the show, the great supporters of the show, they're trying to get themselves an FP Journe. It is very tough. They don't like seeing this Kevin O'Leary kind of telling so many more people about this amazing brand and that they should invest because
So
it's
why aren't these people bitching about Rolex and Patek and Audemars Piguet? 90% of the content online is about those three brands.
Mm,
Probably mostly AP and Rolex at this stage. And those watches are still just as hard to get as an FP Journe is. And at the end of the day, like, I'm on the list for Journe. I have a wish list. Just because I did 2 videos with Kevin doesn't mean, even though he's advocated for me, because
yeah,
and other people have advocated for me too to get one, that doesn't mean that I'm getting one.
sure,
I would have already gotten one if that was the case.
sure. They'll give
They would have
you
already
when
given
the
me one.
time is right. I think the moment is very important for when you get allocated a watch as special as FP Journe. They shouldn't just give it to someone just willy nilly, just for no occasion, because that could kind of almost even ruin the experience. But when the time is right, and if they can come through, that would be amazing.
Right. Yeah. And I see someone's comment here. I don't
Hmm.
know if this guy has been online before, but everyone complains about AP and Rolex too. And yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
That,
you know.
those videos are just as oversaturated as people complaining about not getting any watch. And that's why I think it's funny that just because there's a video about Journe and there's this controversy about not getting Journes, it's the same shit about not getting Rolex and not getting AP. It's no different.
Some people, I think they're almost discounted AP as like a hype brand. There's a lot
Mm.
of collectors, and then Rolex kind of a lot of people feel might fall into that category as well. But they see FP Journe as this last bastion of true enthusiast watches for enthusiasts, for people who are so, you know, utmost passionate about horology. Because there's nothing, I don't know if there's another brand like FP Journe, independent brand, that's so well structured and has such a great community built around it. The collectors who pick who buy FP Journes, they have like some of the best taste.
Well, if you think about it, it's got one of the greatest lures out of all watch
Hmm.
companies. Okay, and I
100%.
would consider AP up there too. But
Hmm.
since a lure, I mean, it's got a mystique about it, which is huge.
Yeah, 100%. And the interesting thing about Journe, or not getting a Journe versus not getting something from the other brands, is that there's not a bunch of shit that you have to buy at Journe to get what you want,
Hmm.
right? You have to be serious to get the pieces that you want, and you have to really make your case, because guess what? They also don't just want these watches going to everybody. That's why if you're on some of these WhatsApp groups, for the secondary market or gray market, whatever you want to call it, you rarely see Journes pop up, and it's practically Rolex, AP, and Patek. And that doesn't say many great things about those brands, that those brands are giving watches to the collectors who are selling them the next day, right? Like, one of the hardest pieces to get from Rolex right now is the titanium Yachtmaster.
Yes,
I would love one. I primarily collect vintage. I love that watch. I'm not a 42 millimeter guy unless it's a Speedmaster, but I love that
it
watch.
wears so light. It
It
doesn't
wears so
matter.
light.
Like
It
the
wears so
size, it
well.
doesn't matter.
And within 5 minutes from now, if someone messaged me saying, "Hey, I'd
Yeah,
like one," I could get you one for 25 grand.
yeah.
There's a bunch of them on the market for 25 grand, and they're all dated within the last year or two. And, you know, you don't see that often with Journe, because Journe tries to work really hard at putting the watches in the right hands of the right collectors. And they don't always do that. And they know that. They can't control that. They can only control what they think they know,
Hmm.
and vet somebody so much. They can't control the outcome once that person, has that watch. And, again, I think people get way too worked up about, well, why am I not getting something? Or why not me? Why is it going to celebrities? Guess what? Guess who the ambassadors are for Rolex, Patek, AP, Breitling, Tag Heuer, all these brands? They're all celebrities. They're not random collectors. So you know,
Right.
Tom Cruise and
He gets paid. Those the guys get paid million, whereas Kevin is doing it for free. He's doing it because he's got the passion in a way, right?
he pays for all this stuff.
I think he got that AP though.
Yeah.
I think they gave him that AP. I don't think he
No,
bought
I think he had to pay for that.
Okay,
But they
all right.
made it. The fact that they made it for him, that's a
Yeah,
big.
he definitely paid for it for sure.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So just to change pace from Kevin Leary to what Pierre was saying, you spoke a lot about scarcity and allocation in your interview. What stood out to you the most in his perspective?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of the same thing. It's that they run the company how they feel they should run the company, and they make a decision collectively, even though there's people that can ultimately put the gavel down and make the final decision. They, from what I understand, right, I haven't gone, you know, into their board meeting, so I don't know, you know, how much I can really speak to this, but from what I understand is they all sit down and have a conversation, and the various salespeople who are not on commission, from what I understand, plead their case for their clients that want watches. And they go through and they try and all understand as a company who they feel should be allocated these watches. That's what I've been told. I haven't gone through the process. I really don't know. You know, but Pierre's also honest. You know, Pierre says in the video that, you know, Kevin got these 4 watches at once, which are 4 of the most sought after watches from Journe, because he helped him with something. And, you know, it was family related. And he said, what would you do if it was your son? What would you do in this case? Kevin was new to Journe at this time, and Pierre had to make a decision. And whether you like it or not, that's the decision Pierre made. And guess what? I could almost guarantee that most of us in this room, we're not going to be the ones getting allocated one of the 4 watches, regardless of whether or not he gave them to Kevin. And, you know, I know Journe collectors that get really worked up about this, and I can understand that from their perspective. But it is what it is. And, you know, the hobby should be fun. Like as annoying as that may be for a lot of people, to me, I'm like, that's effing cool. Good for him. Like, he pleaded his case and got 4 fucking watches. Are you kidding me? Like, good for him. Like, that's not something that would happen to me at this stage of my collecting. Hopefully one day I can prove to somebody that I deserve 4 watches that I would really want that are hard to get. And until that happens, like, I can only be happy for people that get that situation.
It seems like the relationship between Kevin and FP Journe, it's more than just a buyer or an investor with the brand. He's going above and beyond to help them as like a friend, a good personal friend. They might do some kind of advisory. You know, Kevin being an investor, right, from the Shark Tank, he might be doing some kind of other behind the scenes, and they built a relationship beyond the transactions. So I think this is amazing, and other people should, you know, look at this and think about, like, how could they help in their way if they so desire, because the watch collecting is not just about getting as many watches for your personal collection as possible, but about relationships, right? The watch community, it's a social space. We have to look at it as a social space, and not just what you can take, but what you can also bring to the table, to the conversation. Shout out to George Varghese for a $10 super chat. He says, great show. Timbo Cameron, would you say that ever since 1916 company began marketing FP Journe in 2020, they hyped and promoted the brand to its current heights? Basically, pre-1916, FP Journe were sold at discount.
I don't think pre-1916, from what I know, were sold at discounts. I think you could get them for better prices. Maybe some of the more, like, you know, an elegant you could perhaps negotiate on a little bit. I don't think I paid attention too much to what was happening, and I still really don't pay too much attention to what's happening on the secondary market with these. I do think 1916 made some sort of wavelength in the market, and that's because they put serious dollars behind it, and I don't blame them. They saw an opportunity with the brand. They really took it on when no one else was. And I kind of appreciate them for that. That was a huge risk of dumping millions of dollars into a brand that they have no equity in, and trying to control that secondary market and make a name for themselves. I see vintage.
I agree with you. Like the Cordomet Blue back in 2006 was around $24,000.
Yeah, you could get a lot of these pieces, under market. I know that for sure. I think a lot of pieces you couldn't. Specifically because a lot of those pieces were going to the really hardcore collectors, a lot of which I know that live in my backyard here. And,
Cameron, where are you? You in New York City, or are you in Miami, or where?
No, I'm on the West Coast.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yep. But I'm on the East Coast quite often too. So, what I think is far more interesting than worrying about what 1916 did to the market. I think it's more interesting to maybe sing their praises a little bit, much to FP Journe as a company's demise, because they weren't necessarily happy about this. Because, Pierre will tell you this, they don't really love that the secondary market exploded like it did. They don't really love that it created all this nonsense behind their name. They focus on making really high-end and really high-quality watches that are different from everybody else, and that's what they want to focus on. Francois Paul still walks or rides a bike to work, doesn't have a car. If they're only putting out, call it 1,500 watches a year, you could almost do 60 to 70% of the math about how much money the company's bringing in. Yet they have some of the nicest, most exquisite boutiques in the world and some of the most hottest locations with a huge overhead. How are they making money? Where's the money going? A lot of it gets poured back into the company, from what I understand. And people may have their other opinions about that, but I only know what I know. And I think we can make inferences about the lack of quantity of watches that are getting produced every year.
So FP Journe, 25% of FP Journe, what I've been told, is owned by Chanel. Is that accurate?
I believe that there is some sort of investment from the Chanel family. I'm not too sure.
Okay, what happens once FP Journe himself, because he's about my age, maybe a little older actually, what happens once he passes away?
It's a fantastic question. Anything that, if someone still runs the company, anything that gets produced after him, they're going to have to find someone who's as masterful, if not better than him, to produce some of these, really high-end, really high-end calibers and things like that. They have people that know how to make CSs all day, and they could continue to produce that stuff and the elegance. And at this point, I don't think Francois Paul is getting his hands too dirty on those types of watches. He's really focusing on making, the really high-end stuff. Not that it's not all high-end, but you know what I'm talking about. And I don't know. I think obviously anything pre-unfortunate Francois Paul death is going to in theory, it should skyrocket in value. It's the same thing.
I would agree with you on. I do agree with you on that.
It's the same thing as any alternative asset. What happened when Jean-Michel Basquiat passed away? What happened when Andy Warhol passed away? They were already, their prices were already getting up there, but you could still commission a piece from them if you had the opportunity. And
I agree with you, and I think it's very fortunate that FP Journe has Chanel as an investor, because that's one of the marquee brands that really hasn't prostituted themselves like a lot of these other brands. Like if I mention Coach, or even like Louis Vuitton now and whatnot, that have really just decided to go after a dollar of any means and form possible.
Yeah,
but
Chanel, one of my favorite watches is the Chanel Monsieur. I mean, the movement on that looks absolutely incredible. And
I'm not familiar with that. Okay.
I don't know if there's a way to. I could probably put a link in the chat here.
You can put it in the private chat, and I'll put it in the full chat.
Yeah, let me see if I could find one here.
I think I like what Rolex, like what Hans Wilsdorf done with putting the brand into some type of a trust with the direction that the board has to kind of adhere to and to continue to produce watches under, because I like to believe that I want this brand to basically exist for as long as possible and continue the legacy that he has created.
Yep, for sure.
Let's see here. Got it.
Well, it's definitely a pass down watch. I plan on
Mhm.
passing down, let's just say,
Oh, wow.
one of these watches to my son. Once he graduates finally from med school.
Yep,
So
for
this
sure.
is one that I'm looking forward to. Oh, that's a beautiful watch.
Yeah, look at the
Wow.
I'm not
movement.
even familiar with this. Okay.
It's a jump hour. Look at the movement. I think it's down a little bit more. They
Wow.
really show it.
Let's see. Lots of pictures of the front. There we go.
There you go.
Whoa.
Incredible.
It's a serious craftsmanship.
Yep.
Caliber 1.
Do they have
Wow.
their own in-house manufacturer, or do they go to someone else for this?
I wish I knew. I haven't read up too much on it.
Okay.
I know some people that have this watch and absolutely adore it. Would love to own one. I think it's actually a great opportunity to buy these. I think I saw a couple on Chrono 24 pop up recently for like 25 grand or something like that. So if you want something that is truly unique with a fantastic movement that doesn't scream Chanel J12, this is I think a fantastic watch.
Very
But,
unique.
you know,
Very
Yep.
unique, very different, very Chanel. The numbers,
How big
the
is it? How big is it? 42?
dial.
I think smaller.
Okay. It's a beautiful
Yeah.
watch.
Yeah, I think smaller.
I'll find it later.
It is
talk about it
42,
in
but
depth.
it's 42, but you can see it's pretty short lug, so it wears quite well.
Yeah, and 10.8 millimeters thick.
Yeah.
Very nice. Limited to 55 pieces.
This
Well,
one,
you
yeah.
know,
Five.
Pocket
Like-
Watch Time says in the chat that $25,000 for the Chanel, for that Chanel, that's a
Yeah.
great price. If
Bargain.
that's the case.
I mean, I'm
Bargain.
pretty sure there's a couple
Maybe
on
I'm
Chrono
just
24
messed
for
up.
around
Maybe
that.
I'm just messed up saying that, but I think that's a great price.
George Varghese has a super chat question. Cameron, would you agree that FP Journe is 1 or 2 bad auction results away from crashing? What other independents would you say are up and coming?
No, I don't think so. I mean, let's look at all brands from that standpoint. Every brand has had fair or bad auction results, and I would say even recently the secondary market on Journe was down. What was it, like a year or two ago or whatever it was? I don't quite remember, but fairly recently the secondary market was down, and it's already back up.
Right.
You
It's
know,
all about managing the demand, and people like Kevin O'Leary, right? They're the ones who are bringing people into these auctions to bid on the watches, right? That a lot of these investor bankers, they're not going to be able to, they're not going to have time to play the FP Journe game of building, true horological relationship, right? Because they're busy doing banking stuff. They'll go to auction. They're going to be bidding over there, and that will keep the value up on the auctions.
And again, some of these auction results really don't make sense to me.
Mhm.
I see people buying, like, spending crazy money for really entry level pieces, not just from Journe, but from all these other brands. And it's like, you could easily go on the secondary market and not only get it for cheaper than the hammer price, but you don't have to pay buyer's premium. You really probably aren't going to have to pay tax. You don't have to worry about shipping. But people make silly decisions at auction, and unfortunately, I don't think auctions are always the best place to get a grip on where the market is. There's a lot of people that buy stuff at auctions that aren't necessarily revealed buyers, and people get scared. There's a 25 to 30% buyer's premium depending on what auction you're at.
I agree.
I want-
I think it's an impulse, actually an impulse buy. Actually,
It's more of an impulse buy.
I want to know who was the idiot that bought a Rolex Hulk for 85,000
Thank
from
you.
Phillips auction. What is wrong with people? I think that was a conspiracy. I think 2 gray market dealers who bought up a whole bunch of Hulks conspired to make it to promote it as the next hottest watch.
It's possible,
it didn't work.
And that's why I don't believe always in auctions, right? I like vintage auctions because I think you get a fair price, a fair idea of what someone's really willing to pay for something with history behind it.
Yeah.
Whereas this modern stuff, it's like, just go on WhatsApp or go on Facebook or go on some of these other groups and find a gray market dealer and buy one without buyer's premium and without tax and without, shipping struggles and all that stuff, and just save some money. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I love auctions. Don't get me wrong. I'm in auctions for other stuff every day, buying stuff and watching
some
auctions.
good deals.
Yeah, but I don't pay attention too much for modern watches at auctions because I don't think it's enough results to dictate. Because to be honest, most of the stuff that people are paying attention to are like these crazy high-end 1 of 5 or not many known or 1 of 20 piece stuff, and they're like, was that a good auction result? I don't know. It went for $200,000. That seems pretty damn good to me regardless.
It's good headline.
Yeah.
The second part of this question is, what other independents would you say are up and coming?
Berneron is probably my favorite. Sylvain Berneron is an absolute wizard. Probably one of my favorite independent watchmakers to date. He was creative director at Breitling, if you're not familiar, was working on his inaugural piece simultaneous while working at Breitling, and then had the graces from Georges Kern to finally leave his gig and launch this watch. And since then, he's launched the smaller version of that with stone dials, that watch right there. And he's working on I think it's a perpetual calendar right now. But he designed the movement first and then had the watch case fit. And I just thought that was pretty spectacular, especially for something that's time only. And Simon Brett is obviously making a lot of waves right now. To be honest, I don't get too excited about a ton of watchmakers that are independent, because a lot of them are doing, exposed movements and tourbillons and all this stuff. And that stuff to me, just personally, isn't that exciting to me. I think it's I appreciate it, and it's amazing watchmaking, and it'll never not put a smile on my face, but it's not something that I really get excited about. I'm not big on exposed movements on the dial in any capacity. And so, Berneron happens to be a favorite. Simon Brett, I think, is doing great stuff, even though, some of his movement is exposed on the dial sometimes or all the time. Recep Recepi, of course, is another wizard. There's the Philippe Dufours and Roger Smiths of the world, but, their watches, to me, can be a little too simple for what the prices are now. And there's not that much exciting stuff. I appreciate them, and I think they're works of art in their own right, but they don't get me as excited as they once did.
Mike Lewis has a $5 super chat. He wants to know if there's any possibility of doing interview with Francois Journe in the future.
I never really thought about it. I mean, I'm not sure he speaks much English, to be honest. I think he mostly speaks French, and I think Waco's interviewed him a couple times. And there's either a translator, or the host speaks French, and I know some basic stuff, but that's
I think Waco actually speaks French.
I believe Way does, and he speaks a few languages, I believe. And I never really thought about it. I don't think he would be. I think Pierre really spoke for both of them in his decisions, even though they butt heads on a lot of things, I think. But I think Pierre really spoke about, as much as I would want to ask about the brand, I think.
Okay, I just have a few more questions. I know we just hit an hour. We have to let you go soon. Just very quickly, this is a joke question from Watch Fan, 2 pounds. What do you think about Aventi?
I don't think much about it at all, but I appreciate the question. I think it's cool what they're doing, but it's so opposite of anything I would ever like.
They were exposed that it's like a big. There's a big controversy. They came out. They have no money. They
have like a pyramid scheme going on.
Yeah, I'm not shocked.
Yeah, you're just exactly.
I mean, to me, it is what it is. If you like it, great. For me, it's totally opposite of anything I would ever go for.
Exactly. It's opposite of
And if
FP Journe.
and Tim, if we want to spend some time answering X amount of more questions, I'm fine to stretch this just a tad bit longer. So
Okay, fantastic. I have another one, just one more question here about the Pierre part of discussion, and then
Sure.
just another 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So it'll be like another top 20 minutes maximum.
Yeah, no problem.
So based on your conversation, how do you think FP Journe is approaching the demand in 2025 compared to the few years ago?
Good question. I think they're going to approach it the same way that they always do. They're going to figure out what watches they have coming in, who's going to be getting them, and go on about doing their business. I'm sure they have a lot of strategy behind what they do and how they do it. That's not something that would ever be divulged to me or probably any collector on the market. They handle their business, I think, quite efficiently. I think it's pretty impressive that they don't really have stuff just sitting in the safe, that when there is something that comes in, they have a whole list of people that are willing to chop a bit for it. And I think that that's really impressive. And I think they're going to work hard to keep that up.
Do you know any inside track regarding the boutiques on how many of which boutiques are like I'm assuming you're in Los Angeles. I'm assuming that you said you're on the coast. How the boutiques, how many are sold on each of these boutiques? Which one's the number one, number two? Paris, New York, Miami, Hong Kong, Geneva, which is like my favorite one that I've been to. I'm just curious on if you know numbers or roughly.
Yep. I don't have numbers. I would assume that there's more strategy behind it than just splitting to. I'm sure, there's some tax incentives to sell less or more at certain boutiques, I would have to imagine. I'm sure that there's strategy about, where a lot of their bigger collectors are. I'm sure Europe has a lot of bigger collectors in the horlogerie space for some of their really high-end stuff. But I could be totally wrong. I wish I had a better answer for you. I don't quite know.
Okay, the follow up on that, the Elegante is about quarter of their sales. Am I right on that? So about 1,500, they sell about 600, 700.
It's like 1/3.
1/3.
Yeah.
And what do you know the numbers on that?
I don't, and I don't think Pierre could really answer that. They produce as many, I think, as they're possibly able to. I don't think that they, as Pierre said, they don't limit the amount of watches they produce every year. They want to produce as many as they can. If they solely focus on the Elegant, they could produce probably 10,000, I would assume, of them. But they really focus a lot, from what I understand, on the high-end stuff. Of course, the CS is, I think, a really flagship model for them. So I think that that's a big portion of that. But as Pierre said, they have one watchmaker for one watch for one department, sort of thing. And there's one guy that works on CSs, and he's not able to go a different direction within the company. He's strictly CS. And, I think that they have a lot of people that are like that. Not everybody is trained at FP Journe to work on all the watches. That's very compartmentalized about what they can work on and what they can't.
It's actually smart, because then they're experts on each of their watches.
Yeah.
If you think about it, it's actually really, really smart.
Correct.
The Elegante on the secondary market. I mean, I've been told that they're about $100,000 now. Am I fucked up saying that?
I think is it Titleite, or I don't know how you pronounce it totally correctly. I've heard people say Titleite. I don't quite know. The 48 millimeter Elegant Titleite with the black dial, I've seen quite high. I don't think I've seen it for 100.
Okay.
Not too long ago, I saw them more like double retail, or I saw the 40 millimeter one double retail. I think that they've gone up a lot since then. But
okay.
It's a crazy secondary market. And
But
what we talked about earlier is, like, if someone has 60 to even $100,000 to go spend on a secondary market Elegant, like, power to you. If you want to go in and do what you want to do with that watch, like, that's a lot of money to spend on that. And I think you're better off spending your time making a relationship at the boutique, if it's a watch that you want to keep, to get that watch. Now, there's something to be said for having FU money and just wanting what you want and not playing any games or putting yourself on a wait list or wish list in the case of FP Journe, and just going and buying what you want. Again, if I had endless funds, like, I probably wouldn't give a shit about schmoozing and making,
time is money, right?
Time is money. And FP Journe also welcomes a lot of their secondary market buyers. They will actually even help you, from what I understand, if you wanted to buy one, give you advice on, whether or not they think that watch is kosher or not. And you could potentially send them your watch or the listing and say, hey, I've been on your list, but I have the money to buy this and I'm willing to spend it, but hoping to get your graces on whether or not you think this is okay. And if you see any red flags. And I think that the boutique, depending on where you're located, will maybe give you some advice.
It makes perfect sense from the buyer's perspective as well, because you're going to later down the road, if you need to service the watch, you'll have to bring them to FP Journe. It's not like you can just take it anywhere else. So the communication, I think, is key here. We have another super chat from George Vargas, $10. Cameron, what is your opinion on Richard Mille? Do you think they have stood the test of time? Why? Why do you think they stood the test of time? Do you think they will be around in 20 or 50 years? And great conversation. Thank you, George.
It's a great question. Again, it's like a brand that doesn't do it for me, but I appreciate what they do. I'll never not see one in person and say, hey, cool watch. Or, hey, happy you got that. Or, hey, tell me how you bought this. Because I care more about that. I care more about the story and why they're interested in that than the watch anyway. I think they're great. They're fun. They've created their own little market. They've created a market where people like to copy what they do or try and mimic what they do. They've created an unbelievable marketing platform for themselves. I don't think a lot of brands have done what they've done in terms of their marketing program and branding program. Every celebrity, every hip hop artist, every music artist, every even rock artist, a lot of these people, they all want these watches. Every race car driver wants a brand deal with Richard Mille. Even if they're the IWC guys, they would all kill to have a Richard Mille deal, and there's something to be said about that. And yeah, I do think that they'll be around in 25 to 50 years. I think that they've proved themselves already that they can do that. It's not like an Aventi situation. I think people could see right through the Aventi thing and realize those people won't be around that long unless they completely iterate and change what they're doing. But I think they will stand the test of time. I don't know about their prices standing the test of time, but I think their watches will, and their branding, if they continue to do that. Now, what happens when, obviously there's changes within the company or people leave or aren't around anymore? That's to be untold.
Cool. It's a cool brand, RM. They're doing something very different, I think, from FP Journe. Their approach is just completely different to the entire business.
I don't love that like every watch is a limited edition. Like to me that is but it's also, I think, a marketing story and case study that their prices have stood the test of time. They're all still like pretty much 6-figure watches, yet everyone is 1 of 10, 1 of 20, 1 of 5, 1 of this, 1 of that. Whereas a lot of brands that try and do too many limited editions tank. And
I agree. I still think their 6701 and 6702s aren't limited, but they're limited in the sense of production. But no, I agree with you. Funny thing about RMs is that the Tourbillons, they're all over 350K.
Yeah,
they're all over 350.
And I actually happen, even though I'm not like like I said, an exposed movement fan in any sort of way, the 6701 to me is quite interesting because of how thin it is. And I think they also made like a friend of mine, she got one with like the cream color case. I don't know what the material was, probably some sort of crazy composition I've never heard of. And she's put it on a really cool, like ocean blue strap. She's put it on a pink strap, and it's kind of got the same feel as the Elegant, which is maybe the Elegant is one of the only watches I like where there's partial, little aperture of a movement exposed. But I love the interchangeability of that. And I think that RM's done a great job where you could change out the straps, the pieces. They made it like a Lego, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, exactly.
Watch fan, thank you so much for the £2 super chat. Thank you for the interview. No, thank you for tuning in and listening to the conversation. Cameron, if you had like a advice for somebody wanting to get an FP Journe in 2025, what do you think would be the best approach, best strategy to getting one?
You have to be assigned to a boutique. So depending on your location, they really want you to visit the boutiques. They really want you to attend events. And the only way you get invited to events is if they know you. And so you have to make yourself known without annoying them. And I would say, figure out what watch you want, and they will more than likely read right through you if you want it just to own one, or if you want it to flip it. They've gotten pretty good, I would say, for the most part, about sussing that out. So if you really want one, do it for the right reasons. Show up to the boutique, make friends, show up to events, join the community. Maybe I'll see you there. I'm in the same boat. I'm not able to always go to events, but I try to when I can. And yeah, just do whatever you think is best at without bothering people to get on a wish list. You can get on a wish list right away. You can call the boutique and get on the wish list. But they want to meet you, so get out there for sure.
Yeah, and get to know them, and tell them about yourself so they know who they're getting this watch for, so they can advocate for you better, right?
Yeah, I'm not in the position to spend double, triple, quadruple retail on any of this stuff on the secondary market, so I will hold out until I can, hopefully get offered one. And I would love to be there one day. I would love an Elegant. And I was in the opinion, because I wear smaller watches, that I wanted the 40 millimeter. And I went and tried it on, and I was like, nope, it's the 48 all the way. Like it's the only move. Like, you really have to go try this stuff on. You really have to go and experience it, because what you think you may like, you actually may not like. And you may not like the watches at all. You may think that you really have to have a CS, and you may go and look at it and be like, not for me. And that just saved you 40 grand and a bunch of time, and that's okay. And Journe as a brand would appreciate that more than you fighting for something and getting a slot on something that you really don't want.
And whilst you're at these events, you get to experience a lot of other FP Journes that the collectors who already been buying from Journe for a very long time. You can see some of their watches. You can see what perfectly could work for you, and
for sure,
and build your strategy to get the stuff that you want, that you can get. George, another $10 super chat. Cameron, what is your opinion on the Bethune, Urwerk, and MB&F? Visionary watchmakers with unique designs, in my honest opinion. Would you buy any of these? And if so, which one? Thank you for your time.
Another great question. And, I personally, again, they don't do it for me as a collector. I do happen to think some of the Urwerks are really cool. I don't know some of the names of them, but I think some of them are pretty futuristic and sporty. Same with Bethune, and of course MB&F as well. You can't go in this conversation without talking about either of these three. They just personally don't do it for me. It's not something that I envision to collect. It's not where I want to park a slot in my watch box for something, and that's okay. I think they're great watches, and if they speak to you, then that's what you should go for. And I think that that's just the testament to everything maybe that we're talking about today, is that you should just buy what you like. And if that means that you love Bethune, and that means that you really want a Journe, then go for it and figure out the best way to get it, whether you buy on the secondary market or not. I see a comment, someone said, I don't think I own an Elegant and I don't think it's worth 100K. I agree. I don't believe that, even Journe would agree that the watch is worth 100K. I think Journe would say, no, this watch is worth what it's worth at retail, and whatever the secondary market decides, that's not up to us. That's not what we do as a company.
I think they are going 3-4 times retail. I mean, that's crazy about that watch. Hey, Pickle had a super chat. He wants to know what your best affordable Omega is.
Speedmaster, day in, day out. It's easily my favorite. It's one of the best watches that you could buy for $5-6 grand. Sometimes even less. You know, I see them going in the secondary markets, the new 3861, I think it is, for like 4,500, $5 grand. I've owned vintage Speedmasters. I own the 1957 reissue. I got rid of both for the new one, and it was easily one of the best things I ever did. I love the bracelet. I love the dial. It has enough vintage homage to it for me to not buy something vintage. And that's why I got rid of the vintage one. And I think that that's to me, the best route that you can go. It's just, it's a classic. It's amazing on a strap, rubber strap, Velcro strap, canvas strap, leather strap, suede strap.
It's a strap monster,
as they say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put mine. I've got a new strap here from Jean Rousseau that I picked up in Paris. Check this out. Let me get your take on this. Am I crazy, or am I? I'm trying to develop persona like Mr. Wonderful, but I'm gonna call myself the Mr. Fabulous.
I love it. I'm sure it'll look great.
I'm gonna put pink straps on all my watches.
Do it. Any other controversial questions?
One final question. You know, like I wanted to know, were there any memorable off-camera moments that didn't make it into the final cut of the video?
I think we tried to include as much in the video as possible. I mean, you know, we had a glass of wine, we hung out, we talked watches. You know, for those that don't follow me on social, the last time I did this, a big part of what I do is gifting. So I always gift the collector something based on what they collect. And I actually teamed up with Reef, and Reef made like insane custom leather pen cases for Kevin. And we gifted him that. And, you know, so we spoke about all the Reef made him a bunch of straps and stuff too. So we spoke about all that. Those are actually cases from Kruk. If you're not familiar with Kruk, he's based in Miami, but he makes, I would say, mainly Porsche themed and just super high quality travel cases for your watches. All the leathers come from Germany and Italy, and he has them made here. They're incredible. So this time around, we gifted stuff from Kruk, and in the first video, we gifted stuff from Reef. And yeah, and the guy that runs this, his name is Blake, and he was live on set, and that was really special for him to get to meet Kevin.
I actually saw that. I did not know that they're out of Miami. That's interesting.
I love the houndstooth pattern on.
Yeah, it's incredible. So that's like the Pepita houndstooth that you would see on vintage Porsches. So
wow,
really beautiful.
And again, if you guys want to buy something from Blake, tell him I sent you. I'm sure he'll take care of you.
And how do we find you again? There's about 20 people watching right now. So
my Instagram is just at Cameron Ross Steiner. There you go. It's right there.
Yeah. I'll put the link in the chat so everybody can go and subscribe.
If you're interested in
and follow
anything collecting at all, I talk about all the things that I collect. I put antiques on a website called collectorsgene.com. I do drops every Friday of vintage antiques, and you know, I love to post videos about all the things that I find, whether I'm keeping them or selling them. Collectors Gene Radio is again, those episodes up until this point have been audio only. Any videos I do in the future will be released as audio as well, but they will be full YouTube videos. So
okay, so you're going to be on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'll be on YouTube. I have a few interviews there currently. You could see an interview that I did, the first interview with Kevin. There will be a part 2 to this current video. And that video is we're going through Kevin's collection of Journes, and we're going through Pierre's collection of Journes, or some of Pierre's collection of Journes. So that video will probably come out this week as well. But yeah, follow along on Instagram. That's probably the best place to do it. You'll see everything that's there. Then you can follow the links as needed. And always reach out if you have any questions. And if you have anything that you see on the site that you like, always don't hesitate to reach out. I'm happy to answer questions. If you want to make a deal on something, always reach out.
Cameron, huge thank you for coming on tonight and giving us.
Thank you. You're very well spoken in your class act. So it's really I see it immediately. I mean, you can't see me, but I can see you. So the thing is,
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Really appreciate you joining us tonight, giving us such an honest look behind the scenes of your interview with Kevin O'Leary and Pierre. It's not every day we get to hear firsthand what it's like sitting across from two big names in the watch world and
Heavy hitter.
steering the conversation. Guys, if you haven't already, make sure to follow Cameron on Instagram and check out his work, including full collecting FP Journe interview on YouTube. All the links are in the chat. Cameron, thank you. Until the next time, I hope we'll be able to do another stream in the future. Would love to dive deep into your watch collecting journey and just chat a little bit more, okay?
Anytime you want. Thanks for having me on. And again, to everybody who's watching, thanks for all the questions. I know that this can strike a lot of nerves with a lot of people, but again, don't take things too seriously. Stay in your own lane, buy what you like, buy what you love. Don't be a flipper, in the modern world, and just make good relationships and be a happy person for yourself and for other people. And I think you'd be surprised about what will come your way for sure.
Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate you making the time, especially since you could have been doing literally anything else tonight besides watching me grift in front of the camera.
It's not tonight there. It's like 3:30. So
That's right.
It's not even happy hour yet. So that's the thing.
It might be now. It might be now.
All right, man. Till next time.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Take care. There we go. What an amazing interview. It was very cool of Cameron to join us tonight, and for producing that incredible interview. I was cooking dinner and watching it. It's spicy as hell. I get it.
I like stuff like.
Yeah. Oh, we lost Tim G. I think his phone died. Just drop the link there. Hey, you're back.
Yeah, he's not afraid to go after things. I like that.
Right.
He goes for the gusto, and I like people like that. And he'll go far. He'll go far with that attitude. So he was brought up or taught right or whatever you want to say. I like it.
Mr. GMT, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I hope FP Journe doesn't ruin his brain with all his management that has done a lot of stupid things. He has happened in the past. Hopefully it'll be better. It's hard. Making watches is very stressful, I bet, and it's one of those jobs that requires a lot of concentration, a lot of patience, and when you've got so much demand, I think FP Journe, this popularity is both a blessing and a curse, right? Because on the one hand, you have to manage the expectations.
Yes, absolutely. And he's created a mystique with the brand. I mean, the lure of the brand is huge. So that's really hard. So that type of guy is going to be controversial, whether he's chasing after an Asian chick at the Leopard Lounge, or what he says on comments on religious or ethnic reasons or anything like that. He's going to be under the spotlight. So he's got to be sort of careful, but I sort of get it. He's high ego. He's highly talented. Obviously, his movements are incredible. His watches are incredible. So, it takes that sort of person. He's like a Picasso in a lot of ways. People said, about Picasso, I can do that. He just throws paint on a paint. But the thing is that they didn't do it. He did it. Okay. Yeah. So, they didn't do it. Picasso did it. So, most artists or most people who have a creative sense are like that.
Most creators, they have sponsors.
Yes.
They're all sponsored by their biggest clients. By the way, there's a lot of sponsors of this show is the people who watch the show and super chat, right? Those are my sponsors, and I try my best to make the most possibly entertaining show every single night. So I appreciate you guys joining in and sponsoring this show, right? The customers who buy uh, FP Journe's product, they're his sponsors, and those that buy every single watch that he makes, they're his biggest sponsors, right? And
Yes, and that's why you're on, is because the people have to sponsor you, because otherwise you're not on. So it's
yeah,
that simple. It's that simple. I
yeah,
mean, it's not. It's not a. It's it's silly. It's silly to think otherwise. You
mm,
need money to operate. Period. You need money to operate. If
yes,
you want to go to a Gonzo stream, or you want to go to, London to hang out during London Watch Week, or if you want to go to Geneva to hang out there, instead of a schmuck like myself to waste my time to fly out and spend money and everything else, I just turn you on, and it's fine. It works. And then you see where it goes. You want to go to Miami to go to a Miami stream, or Miami whatever. That's the way it should be. Red, as your wingman, it's awesome. So I'm totally into it, and you do a great job. So, and I don't do that. I'm not saying that because I'm sucking up. I'm saying it because you do a good job. Otherwise, I tell you sucked.
I'm doing
So
it as a job, right?
yeah,
Like, and
it's a job. Trust me, it's a job, because I'm on here only two to 3 days of the week, and I get a headache afterwards on a lot of this stuff. So I don't know how you do it. Okay. So yesterday's show was awesome. Mike Lewis, Kojak, Sean, and then who was spooky? Who was spooky on two?
well,
Black,
Sid,
Sid. And then we had Black
like
Dials. I mean, what a name! What a great name for YouTube. Black Dials.
Black
That's
Dial.
like, that's awesome. Mr. Camster, how are you, man?
Hey
Pretty
Cam,
good.
welcome to the show.
Thanks.
Hey, just really quickly here, Mickey, thank you so much for the super chat. Sorry, I wasn't in time to read it, to ask Cameron about the Porsche design watches. Just had to send it just slightly earlier. Guys, don't wait until the
Hey,
last minute with these
Mickey,
guests.
I will say this. In Houdinki, they do have a huge article on Porsche watches with Ben. Ben's on there talking about it, and obviously, you got PG just bought one.
Hmm.
So I'm sure he likes them. I'm not a fan, but if you're a Porsche lover, which I've got one, but if you're a Porsche lover, why not get one? Who knows? Why not get a Singer watch? I don't know. You know. But yeah, you missed them. I'm sorry, you missed them by like 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mickey was in the chat the whole interview. Why he sent the super chat last minute? It's hard. It's hard. Mickey, I tried my best. It's tough. It's tough.
Well,
John, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. This show is sponsored by the Deep State.
Yeah, I know.
Thank
You know
you.
what? I am part of the deep state. You didn't know
Oh,
that, did you? I'm really part of the deep state. I mean, we make policy. We make policy for the United States and the world.
that's right. It's a little known fact.
It's a little
That's
known
why.
fact.
That's why
Bunch
Tim
of
G is so busy. Oh,
a bunch of old white guys who make policy for the United States and the world.
mm,
They're all
thank
being indicted right now. But other than that, it's fine.
Watch fan, thank you so much for £2. He says Brenny needed to join the interview. We'll have Brenny back on. He just put the knife in the Aventi. It's done. It's over. It's over. These guys don't know what they're doing.
Frank the Tank. Don't
What's
worry
that?
about it, man. You'll never be in it. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is it good? Oh,
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about
hey,
how
I appreciate it. Thank you.
what you're doing there, Cam.
I'm in the Bahamas. Oh shit, I'm in the Bahamas.
Nice.
Very good.
Yeah, took a trip out here for my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, man.
Yeah, thanks. So this is my birthday dinner here.
So what is it? Your 27th?
26.
Oh wow! Congratulations.
Wow. Happy birthday, Cam. That's amazing.
Thank you.
26?
Yeah,
Wow. Still so young.
26.
26 in the
Yes.
Bahamas, living the life. That's a really fancy knife over there that you're holding. I don't think you're even realizing it. But that's like a shepherd's knife with a little bee. Yeah. What are they called?
Not sure. Maybe I should take it home.
It's a very no, no. Get yourself one to take home with you. Just buy one for your birthday. It's a great memento to have.
So
Um,
what are you doing? You're having dinner right now, or what are you doing at 6:30?
Yeah, I'm having dinner right now at one of the steak restaurants at the hotel.
Okay, good. You bring anybody with you, like some hot chick or something like that, Holly Berry or something?
I was hanging out with this one girl that was supposed to come for dinner. I she asked me what I was doing today. I said I'm gonna be doing dinner at Carno, which is like probably the most expensive restaurant here. Then after I thought about it, I was just like,
She ain't worth it.
maybe maybe she wants to come for the experience and not the
Yeah, she wants.
celebration.
Right, she's looking for a sugar daddy, even though you're
Yeah,
26. No, I understand.
yeah, yeah. I just like I just got out of a relationship, so I kind of just want to enjoy
No, I
this
get it.
moment. You
I
know.
get it. Well, congratulations. That's awesome. Who knows? You might find someone on the beach. You know?
Yeah. Well, it was cool hanging out with her. We're supposed to get drinks later. I just like switched it to like, hey, we can do drinks, instead of just dinner. That's fine. Because we were hanging out for like the past 2 days. We went out, celebrated on Saturday. Last night, we went to a jazz bar. She brought her friends. Her friends, did a whole like, they're like choreography dancers. So they did like a whole little spiel for my birthday, which is
Very
really nice.
nice. Are they from the United States or the Bahamian?
From the Bahamas.
Okay, cool. All right, cool.
Bohemian. Are you
Well,
wearing your Rolex on your birthday? Let's see the
Yeah.
wristwatch.
oh,
Quick wristwatch check.
oh, very nice.
Yeah, I
Sweet.
forgot to contact my AD before I came here to see if she had anything coming in. Um, yeah, yeah, I
Very
forgot.
nice.
It would have been nice to get something on my birthday.
Have you considered FP Journe? Maybe instead of the house, instead of buying yourself a house, get yourself an FP Journe.
I can, of course. That's the Jordan, bro.
Yeah, but why don't you walk in next time you're in New York?
Yeah.
I don't think there's one in. I don't think there's a boutique in Atlanta. But why don't you once you're in New York or even Miami or wherever you go to one of the boutiques and just put your name down. Tell them why you need one.
Yeah.
Tell them that you're going to be like the hottest executive in 10 years, and you're gonna be wearing that in meetings. You know?
Clients, a couple clients.
Yeah. You should just put your name down. Just to put your name down. Go to the boutique in New York.
Yeah, when I'm up there for one of my clients, I'll stop by the boutique. You can go by there, Tim.
Yeah,
Mm.
Timmy should get on the list too.
I think I'm gonna start joining these FP Journe meetups.
There you
Mr.
go.
G has been going to them very consistently. Maybe I can next time he's going, I'll just join him. Just for fun. I'm not the you never know if I will ever
Maybe
buy
maybe you
one.
should
It's
maybe
just
you
good
should get
to
an
just think.
elegante. Maybe both of you should put your name on to get an elegante.
Right. I
That's
I
it's
would
a value
love
proposition.
Elegante. I would
Okay, that's
love
good.
that's all I
That's good.
need. Tim, I love Elegante. It's probably one of the best uh FP Journe watches on the market. I don't care that it's quartz. Some people look down on quartz, but I
Hey,
think it's special.
one of my watches is a quartz Timex. I love it. Fuck everybody. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Who cares?
And I
It's
have a Perlon strap on right now.
Perlan.
Perlon. Do you know what those are?
I
Thank
never
you.
heard of Perlan.
Okay, it's the weave. So you want to talk about old man's watch?
Oh, weave.
It's the
Nice. You're
weave of
experimenting
Where
with
the server is?
materials.
All right, yeah, you can come by. Huh? Yeah, can I do a Diet Coke, please? Yes, thank you. Yeah,
there you go.
yeah, that's fine.
Cam, just mute yourself when you're talking to the waiters there, okay? Sorry. We're talking FP Journe here. FP Journe and post interview with Cameron. Cam, we had another Cam on the show.
Oh, really?
I think you missed it. Did you happen to catch?
No, I just got here.
No? Okay. You have to watch the streams, man. Let's see. What do you have? That looks amazing. Is that a ribeye?
The New
That
York
looks
strip.
that looks really nice.
Yeah.
You
Whoa.
get anything else with that?
Oh my God. Full
Just
on steak?
a little.
Oh, happy birthday, man! I'm coming.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm coming
is that
down.
mac and cheese?
Yeah.
That's my
That's sweet.
favorite combo.
Oh, that's sweet.
Um,
What's the name?
Dude.
And
Are we gonna dox
and
that restaurant if I ask you what it is, and then someone will like call up and like give you shit? So I won't do that. But you said it's the best restaurant. Where you in Nassau?
yeah, I'm in Nassau here.
Okay, cool.
Dude, this is amazing. How did you order it? Medium rare? I hope.
Yeah. Yeah, medium rare. That's the only
Good.
way to do it.
No, but you should go
Happy
for
birthday.
rare. You should go
Thank
for
you.
rare. They
Rare?
give you better meat, more higher quality meat when you order rare. Where medium rare, they're not gonna give you like the worst one, but if you order well done, they'll just that's the worst meat that they give. They give to people who order well done. But at least you're doing it the right way,
It
making
looks
the watch community proud.
it looks really good. So can I ask you a real tacky question? Is that a $65 New York strip?
It's like a $90.
Okay,
Wow.
there you go. See, I'm off base. Okay, there you go.
Lucky short.
It's like
Gotta treat yourself.
way too expensive.
You got a
Alright,
glass of wine with that, or
They're bringing something out here.
uh-huh.
I just
This
had
is-
some water here on the
This
side.
this is nice. This just reminds you of what Sean does. So you're doing what Sean's doing now. So this is good.
26-year-old
26
living the life.
living the life of Sean. That's good.
Wow. Wow, I am super excited for Cameron there.
Very, very excited. Congratulations. I hope you pick up like a hot chick tonight for the week.
Yeah.
Okay. No, he
Yeah,
doesn't.
but
care.
dude,
He's
he
not
doesn't give a fuck. You know these chicks, they're just headache, especially modern chick. The roommate has been driving me completely insane over here.
No, that's the idea though. That's
Yeah,
what they're
see?
supposed to do.
Oh yeah, the mac and cheese
Looks really
with
good.
with like crumbs on top.
Oh my
and
God,
they-
he's making
they
me
toasted it.
he's making me hungry for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I'm on the diet, Cam. I don't know if you noticed, but I've lost like 35 pounds.
I
Not
know
even
you
on the
look good.
diet.
You actually look pretty damn good actually.
Thank you.
I
I
mean, you
changed my
know,
lifestyle.
the chins are gone.
I still got one chin to go.
I think
Look
you're
at all
about
this.
I think you're about good weight. You're what, 190?
185.
That's good. I think I'd stay there. I don't think you need any less. I really don't.
Dude, it has nothing to do with me. It's
Is it
just
the-
gonna naturally settle down at whatever weight I should be.
Is
Look
it
at
this?
this.
Is it the steps or is it something else?
Well, it's combination. I'm eating fresh food, no more processed bullshit. See, 184.9. Fuck. That's down from
It's
220.
pretty nice. This weekend for 4 days, I played golf for each day starting Thursday at a place in the Hamptons. I was thinking about just swinging in, but I said, you know what, I'm not doing that. It's a waste of time. Sorry about that. And then I had a wedding to go to. So I brought the Greenwich, Connecticut chick, and we spent the weekend at this place called the Hedges Inn, which was pretty nice in East Hampton.
Mm.
And so Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then I flew out from White Plains Airport back to Massachusetts. So it's nice. It worked out pretty well. I took her back and Greenwich, Connecticut, and all worked out pretty well. Traffic was a pain in the neck from the Hamptons, something I don't like. Okay.
Ooh.
But I haven't been to the Hamptons since last year. I go once a year. That's plenty. Played golf, had a nice golfing tournament. It was marvelous.
Just give me a second. I'm gonna use the restroom. Come
All right,
back, and we're
what's
gonna
up?
watch the FP Journe interview.
Yeah, let's do that.
How's that sound?
That
Sounds
sounds
good?
good. Yeah. Cam, so how long are you there for?
Well, today's my last day here.
And then what? Fly to Atlanta. When do you start work again?
Wednesday.
All right.
Back
So
on
what do they do?
Wednesday.
They give you like 2 weeks off or something? Total for the year?
No, we have unlimited time off.
Okay, as long as you get the job done. Do you have to fill
Yeah.
out timesheets?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only downside.
All right. So how about when you go to the copy machine? Do you have to put in the client's number and charge the client for the copies?
Well, that's like all done online now.
Oh, isn't that interesting? All right. So I'm dating myself. Okay. All right. All right.
Online
And
process.
do you have to check in when you walk in?
Yeah.
All right. Last question regarding work. Do you have your own office, or is it one of these like new things where you come in and you take your space and then you leave?
You take up a space.
Yeah, I hate that. That's like
Really?
it's like a kumbaya. Yeah, there's no like authority. I can't stand it. That's like the new thing. I hate it. What do they call that? They call that, there's a name for that.
I don't know. I feel like it's a better use of space because some people might have an office, but they don't use it
Yeah, but those are
because
the
they don't
people
come
that
in.
those are like the head honchos of the firm. Those people may not want to. Those head honchos may come in and say, "Fuck, I got a shitty space" when they walk in late. I don't know. I have a old school mentality. That's like the new way of thinking. So Timmy, when you walk into these offices now, consulting firms and even investment banks, you have your laptop, you have like a backpack, and you take your space. And then when you're done, you leave and you go. And so there's no given space to there's no office for each person. You just take your space and then you leave. So the next day you may have a whole different space.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? I think it's messed up. That's just the way I think. Yeah, executive offices still have that. I agree. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so before we go any further, we gotta take a big talking watches. We gotta give a big talking watches happy birthday to Cam, the savior of my grift, the man who keeps this operation afloat. Right now, he's in Bahamas, living the dream, eating steaks, soaking up the sun, and yet somehow still able to join the live streams. Cam, you're a legend, but let's be real. At some point, you gotta take that energy and invest it into getting yourself a proper girlfriend. Okay.
That's true.
I gotta
Until
tell you,
I
then,
guess that's the New Year resolution right there.
yeah. Until then, I'll happily take all the steak money and turn it into espresso and super chats. Happy birthday, brother!
yeah, happy birthday. It's big.
You're one of the OGs around here, and we appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
you've been around. You've been around for a long time, so it's appreciated.
Yeah. But we gotta do this thing. So let's watch the FP Journe interview that Cameron did. Let's see, on August 8th. Man, this was just a couple of days ago. It rocked the world. Let's get into it.
Welcome back to Collector's Dream Radio. We are having a very special episode today. We're in Miami at the FP Journe Boutique. And if you didn't notice, I have an extremely special guest with me, Kevin O'Leary, aka Mr. Wonderful. Welcome back to the channel.
Thank you so much. We're in an iconic boutique for FP Journe, the Miami boutique. This is sheer legend in here. The design of this place and the watches that have come through here, the collectors that gather here. It's a classic situation because there are no watches to buy here.
It's true.
But it oozes watch.
It certainly does. And we have someone to help us out to talk about all this. Pierre, head of Americas for FP Journe. So let's get into it. Gentlemen, welcome back to Collector's Dream Radio. Today's episode is going to be a little bit different than the typical conversations that I had, and much different than the conversation you and I had in New York last time, Kevin, because today we're in Miami. We're at FP Journe, and we're going to talk about all things Journe and collecting really as an overall topic. Big thing of what I do on this channel is gifting, and I think maybe it'd be better to start this conversation off by giving.
So whilst Cameron does a lot of gifting, I do a lot of grifting.
gifting you guys something
Oh,
to kind of get the
Commercials.
day,
Commercials.
to kind of get the day
It's
started.
good for a gift.
Yeah, since Pierre,
What happened?
since Pierre is refusing to gift me any watches, and I'm just on loan here today. But anyway, my buddy Blake Simon started this company, Crook, and his motto is "Take care of your people." And I think it's just the greatest motto because in the watch world, we don't always get to see a lot of that. And I think it always doesn't resonate with people when it comes to this stuff. So these gifts are from Blake and his company, Crook. Kevin, of course, yours is in the classic red.
Yes, beautiful. I like that.
And Pierre, yours in your preferred colorway.
Exactly.
You know, this is such a functional gift because I travel so much and I'm always trying to figure out the best configuration on how to pack the watches. This will sit right at the back of my duffel and be great.
Of course. And then you're a Porsche.
By the way, I love the vibe of this video. It doesn't feel staged. Kevin O'Leary's star power meeting indie craftsmen, and Cameron is doing a fantastic job, kind of making everybody feel welcome. You know, giving a gift at the start of the video. What a great idea. I wish I wish I could do more gifting actually. Tim, I know we give away Maldives watches on this stream to some of our best supporters, but this is pretty cool.
Guy now, so this is
Yeah.
in the classic Pepita Houndstooth
No,
from,
it's fantastic. Thank you.
of course.
Very well
Look at
made,
that.
actually.
Yeah,
You have
everything.
the Citroën or the Peugeot version because I'm French, so I don't do.
I think these watch rolls would be also great for people who are watching the streams and are enthusiasts of
Oh,
Porsche, right?
They're absolutely beautiful watch rolls. They're gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I do a Citroën.
Citroën,
Anyways, I
you.
thank you very much. I really appreciate
of
that.
course.
It's
Beautiful.
terrific.
So I think the idea today is to maybe start off the conversation by talking about the difference between owning something and really collecting it. And it's easy to have money and go buy something
Mhm.
and not really care about the history or have a passion behind it, but to really collect it, to really love something and go deep on it. That's kind of what I want to talk about today. And I'd love to know maybe from you, Pierre, you deal with a lot of collectors, Kevin included, and you guys make that decision of who gets a watch and not. How do you find someone who's a true collector and someone who's going to really take care of these pieces?
Oof, this is I think a big question. What does it mean to be a true collector? And I've been asking myself that question for a very long time. Like, am I a true collector? On the one hand, I've got all these Rolexes that I kind of opportunistically got from the AD, and I'm in the process of making state of the collection video, Tim.
Yeah.
And I think I
Well,
feel like
I think there's certain segments of your life that you're a collector, like what you've got. You've got a bunch of inexpensive watches, a whole box full of them. I would
Mhm.
say shitters, but I can't say that now. Mike Lewis corrected me,
Mhm.
way above the stream. But then you've got some Rolexes, and then you've got your. So you've got a certain collection. I've got my own sort of collection. I've got what I call 3 watches, and I'm very happy right now. And I need a 4th, but it's unfortunately that's going to cost me a fortune. So I'm just going to wait a while. And that's really about all. It all depends on who you are. Like PG's got his own collection. He's got stuff. Humble Pine, he's got his own collection. Obviously, Mr. G, he's got his own collection. Ray, he's got his own collection. They're all collecting. Dingo Dave just picked up that Amiga. It's a beautiful find, I think. I think everyone has their own view of collection. I just want 3 or 4 watches, I'm trying to narrow down everything. So in any event, everyone's got their own view. At stage of your life, it all depends on what your stage of your life is, I think. It's almost like you're at your building years. I'm at the years where I'm just sort of sustaining things.
Yeah.
I'll always work and things, but I just want 3 watches. I want a shitter, I want a banger, and then I want another banger, which I'm in the process of trying to get, and then maybe a super watch, like a Gruber Force or something like that. But I mean, my idea of a banger is like an FP Journe, which I'm happy to say I may have one. Who knows? So anyway, that's all I can say on that.
Yeah. What does it mean to be a true watch collector? Let us know, guys, in the chat, because it's something that I struggle with every day, and I desperately want to turn my collection around, sell off some stuff that doesn't fit in, and really reshuffle things in a way that would make me proud to present the whatever pieces I'm gonna end up with. Make me proud to show the collection and say this is the accumulation of like my work here, and why these pieces work together, right? I want there to have like a cohesive story. Um, shout out, by the way, to everybody who's joining us in the chat for this live stream. Earlier today, we had Cameron on the show, who interviewed Kevin O'Leary and Pierre. And right now, we're going to be watching the video together and just reacting to it. So join us in the chat. If you have a super chat that you want me to bring up, or if you just address me in the chat, I'll try to pull up your guys' reaction to what's happening on the screen. Uh, Pierre just he gave some nice gifts to Cameron. He gave some nice gifts to Pierre and Kevin, and let's see what they're going to talk about.
Well, you have two things.
What does it mean, right? So the first question is, what does it mean to be a true collector? That's like the right. It's like that question. It depends on from which perspective you're looking at. From manufacturer's perspective, because
Exactly.
manufacturers have one perspective. They might define a collector in one way, and then the customers are going to define the true watch collector in a completely different way, right? There's
Exactly, and it even depends on the watch brand that you go to, like FP, FP, or like Audemars Piguet. They just want to sell you their watches. You have to go up the ladder, you know.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of self-interest in on both sides, so we have to try and take out the self-interest and just find the unbiased opinion here. Okay, help us find this answer, guys.
I feel like
differentiate the
as though
collector from
the watchmakers may be the true collector.
You think watchmakers are more truthful?
True collector.
The true collectors, watchmakers are true collectors.
Like the people that actually make the watches that are in the
But there's some watchmakers who are just unscrupulous businessmen. They just want to make money, like those Aventi guys, right? That turned out to be a scam, right? And those guys didn't care about watchmaking. They just made up whole bunch of nonsense. It takes 9,500 hours to make their watch. Get the hell out of here. Bullshit. Because it takes fraction of that to make an FP Journe watch, and that's, in my opinion, that's a much more proper watch. And they do a lot of the work internally and not just externally. So that's why I'm saying there is bias, but I think FP Journe I think he's the real deal. I think he's a genuine watchmaker.
100%. And going to the tariffs
He's
thing,
a genius.
I agree. If they increase their pricing 15% due to tariffs, people would still be in line for those watches. That collector would still be in line. That's a whole different sort of subset with the tariffs.
Mm-hmm. Let's watch here how they answer
Wait,
this
do
question.
people care about time horizon when it comes to watchmaking still?
What's the time horizon?
Like the length of time it takes to make a watch. Like, do I really care if it takes a year, 2 years, 5 years for a watch to be made, as long as it's quality?
Uh, I think some watchmakers, they'll mention how long it took to make the watch as a kind of a bragging point, like, oh, it takes maybe 20 hours to polish the bridges, the bridges on this movement. You know, there could be some breaking points. So that's kind of what they do. But let's see.
Non-collector is one thing. Why collecting? Let's start with the
Why?
basic question. Why collecting? What's the difference? The thing is, it's all to do with the intellect. So as I told you before, I have a little prop that I use now all the time because it really summarizes everything, which is right here. So we have here a banana with a little dust tip. So I checked in Walmart, a banana is 27 cents. Can you see the banana? Okay.
Fuck. Okay. Why collecting banana on the wall? This is he's obviously referring to this this art. It wasn't artwork. I think it could be considered artwork. That sold the banana on the wall. That sold for some ridiculous money for $6.2 million.
There you go. There you go.
Right?
There you go. Okay.
Boom! Look at this. Have a viral duct tape.
That's
banana
what he was talking about. I couldn't get the idea of what he was talking about. I mean, he's talking about scarcity and making it like hard and keeping a mystique and everything else. And I go, where's this banana thing coming from? And this is where it's coming from.
Yes. So he checked the price, what it costs to make a banana and a little bit of duct tape, right? And that's what he's talking about. The intellect. Why people collect?
Half a cent for the duct tape. Let's call it negligible. What's the difference between this banana at 27 cents and this same banana, same duct tape at 120,000? Which, by the way, now just we sold for 6 million. What's the difference between the two? It's the same banana, same duct tape. The only difference is, what you put in this. Collecting got to start with because there's a reason. The owning is, I want to buy this, I buy this kind of story, no problem. It's a consumer. You collect whatever is camel box, or could be stamp, be watches. You have to have a reason. This is when the intellect comes in, and that's why it's important to understand this. Now, how do we differentiate a collector from a non-collector? And it's not me that define it. It's Adam Craniantes, the founder of Red Bar. We had him for Watches and Wonder, the last edition that we had before the pandemic in Miami. I wish he would come back. It was a great forum. And we had him on a panel talk. And we asked Adam, I said, how do we define a collector? Oh, it's very easy. I was with a friend of mine and I went like this. And he drags on quite a lot. And then I resumed the discussion with my friend. The friend said, what time is it? I have no idea. Why did you look at your watch? Because I wanted to. And many times I'm like this, looking at my watch, looking at the watch, not looking at the time. If you want the time, I'm going to pull out my telephone. Say, if you want the exact time as a function, then yes, I'm going to pull out my telephone. Because the telephone is a function, or the iWatch or whatever. This is not. This is where we're talking about art and finances.
Yeah.
This is where the difference is. Sometimes it merges. In the art world, obviously, it became a real asset division. Watches, I think, is still debatable. I think most of the watches are not asset related. Some of them are, we know this, but that's where the difference is. So that's how we look at collecting.
Yeah. And how about you, Kevin? I mean, you're on.
Okay, so what do you think? What do you think, guys, about Pierre's perspective? That what does it mean to be collector? Collector is somebody who knows, right? So it seems like Pierre trying to say that collectors know why they're collecting. They're not collecting just for no reason, because they do it because they genuinely love watches, right? They're not buying them to tell the time, because they would look on the phone, but they love. It's like a ritual, right? You look at this beautiful wristwatch, because you don't need an FP to tell the time. You don't need an FP Journe,
No.
right? FP Journe does something beyond time telling. It's a beautiful work of art on the wrist.
Agreed. So this is interesting. So some people in this chat think this is this is a total douchebag, like
they don't like the analogy.
Interview, analogy and stuff. I sort of like this whole this whole thing. Maybe I'm in this camp. I don't know.
Wait, but what's like the difference between this and Griffin?
Between what,
Wait,
Cam?
this guy and Timmy.
Yeah, but it's like,
Cameron and Mia? Was the difference between Cameron and Mia?
No, the other guy in the interview. That's Griffin.
oh, FP Journe. I mean
No, Pierre.
Pierre. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, he works for FP Journe, right? For a company. He might himself been educated in wristwatch making. Maybe he's just now retired and works in more of a sales capacity as an advisor, right? And his job is to help FP Journe allocate these watches to the people that they think would be good candidates for these wristwatches, right? And the way that they determine the candidateship, because see, FP Journe is a very different brand from like Richard Mille. Richard Mille ambassadors are like the Ferrari driver, right? Like Lewis Hamilton. I'm not sure if Lewis Hamilton wears a Richard Mille, but I think he does. And like these other celebrities, right? Whereas ambassadors for FP Journe, it's more of a word of mouth brand where the collectors themselves are pushing the brand. Right? Kevin O'Leary is not doing this. He's not being paid to do this kind of an interview. He's just somebody who has a status in he has status as an online kind of personality. He's on different shows, right? He promotes the brand and thereby brings customers to them, and they have a relationship that's beyond just customer and
agreed. It's not like
right?
Nelly Corda, who's like the #1 ranked golfer, or was the #1 ranked golfer in the world. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, they promote her. She wears a 6702 Richard Mille. So and she wears it very nice. And they obviously give her as many as she wants. And she's good looking too. She's got a nice, slim body, and she presents herself well and everything else. She's the perfect woman golfer for Richard Mille, actually. So FP Journe doesn't really have someone like that,
Yes. They have people who are passionate about the brand that act like ambassadors and tell, and spread the word of the brand, right? It's like collector to collector. It could be some of those people are like Kevin O'Leary. Some people don't like the Kevin O'Leary's involved because he's a very divisive person. He's in politics. So anybody who's in politics, there's ways to find and grind an X against them. So that's very unfortunate. I think that's part of the big reason that some collectors are off put by this, because they know Kevin O'Leary's politics, and they're looking at this and they're thinking, I disagree with Kevin politically, and the fact that he is kind of almost officially promoting, he's not being paid by FP Journe, but he is somebody that they give a lot of allocations to.
I'm curious about that, because they want him to wear the watches on Shark Tank, and he travels. They've got to pay for something. Okay, they might. I don't know. Maybe not the watch, but maybe they pay for his travel. Maybe they pay for his. I don't know how this works, but I mean, he's promoting these watches. I mean, they're on Shark
And he's
Tank.
doing it out of his own self-interest, right? He's not doing the promotions out of the goodness of his heart, right? He's got a vested interest. His collection, he is trying to build an incredible collection. I think there's a lot of ego that's involved here. He loves the attention from other collectors. The fact that he's never sold a watch. He's very proud of that.
Which, by the way, is a very big deal, because I've sold more watches than I've bought. Okay,
right.
So it's a pretty big deal. All right,
it is. But then again, is there a way for anybody to check and make sure that he never sold a watch? I don't think he would say that publicly. Like
I don't think he's the type of person that would say
it would come out.
I think he's very proud of that, actually.
Yeah. And he's got enough money to be able to afford probably as many watches as he wants. Like he's not ultra wealthy, but he is very wealthy.
Timmy, I'm not in agreement with that. I think he's super wealthy.
Well, he's not a billionaire, you know what I mean?
I
He
think
still
he's up.
has to
I think he's up there, Timmy. I think
he's
he's
close to I think he's like a half a billionaire. That's what at least Google says when you Google his name.
Okay,
Like
all right.
400 they put him in 400 million bracket. But that's not liquid. You know, whenever you talk about ultra wealthy people like that, we're talking liquidity, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has to
What do you think the percentages would be?
the
I think he's
percent.
probably around 60% non-liquid.
I think maybe 90% non-liquid.
Okay,
If you're smart, if you're
okay, all right. I mean, he's got to invest money in as a venture capitalist on Shark Tank.
yeah,
So
I was watching.
Cash. He needs cash.
Okay.
He needs cash for that. Okay. All right.
I mean, I don't know. I think he would take out like a loan on for something like that.
All right. He could
Like,
he could have a business equity loan and then take out,
Yeah.
pull money out from that. He could do that. But you still need
Sure.
some collateral.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the collateral would be whatever you have. It doesn't have to be liquid.
Well, look,
Could
I
be
think he is rich
properties.
enough to be able and to go and buy these watches secondary market if he wanted to, right? It just he chooses not to, right? He chooses to make it a part of his kind of online persona. His watch collecting is a big part of life now, right? Think about it. How many other online personas talk about wristwatches as much as Kevin O'Leary? Not a lot. You know, Mark Wahlberg was doing that for a little bit. John Mayer, Ed Sheeran, but like Ed Sheeran and even John Mayer kind of fallen off. Where are they? Where
Well,
are
I don't think he wants to really boast. I mean, after getting his own AP name for an AP, I think that's a pretty fucking big deal. Okay.
Mhm.
I think it's a really good big deal. So, I don't think they want to be on. I don't think these guys want to be on. Even like myself, I don't want to be seen. Or I'm not saying I'm in that caliber, but you don't want to. You don't want to. You don't want to like show off every single day, or you don't want to be seen every day. That type of guy doesn't need to be seen every day. That's how I look at it. I mean, as a matter of fact, I think he's being seen too much. Like John Mayer, I'm a big fan of.
Yeah.
Okay, and Sheehan, I'm a fan of too. Why not? But the thing is these guys. Mr. Wonderful though is seen almost every day on financial news. I mean, he's wearing his pajama bottoms with 2 watches in his studio on CNBC, CNN. He's on Shark Tank. I mean, this guy's almost in the news every day. He's giving testimony to Congress about crypto, which he was involved with. What was it? What was that company? Which was.
And yet, think about it. And yet, he finds all this time to talk about wristwatches,
which is incredible. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's quite incredible to dedicate so much of your time to this passion that he has. And he loves the attention, whether it's negative or positive. I think.
Yes.
You wouldn't wear watches on red strap if you didn't want to get like a lot of hate from the.
Right. And he's in the camp that I've got a friend that sort of runs a cruise line ship in Miami, and his feeling is bad or good publicity is always all good. So even when they get bad publicity, like someone dies on the ship. He thinks that's okay because they're getting publicity. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You.
He wants that. I look at that and I say, that's kind of messed up. But
oh my God.
That sounds good. Thank you so much. Birthday. I appreciate it.
I like it.
It's very nice. Thank you. Yeah. It's,
wow.
I think chocolate mousse or something.
Yeah, wow. It looks really nice. Very nice. Cam, you're going all out. Yeah. I'm impressed.
What what should I? What wish should I make?
I don't know. It's hot babe this year.
Hot days.
Hot
Uh,
babe.
I mean, those are easy. Just
Man,
those
happy
are
birthday.
easy.
Let's do the happy
What
birthday
should?
song. What do you think? Yeah.
Oh,
Happy birthday to
You,
you.
you,
Happy
happy birthday.
birthday to you, Cam.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to you.
to you.
Speech,
all right.
speech.
Speech. Yeah. I've been on this show for what, 4 or 5 years. I've been coming to the Bahamas
Have
for
you
about,
really? Have you really?
Oh yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's
Before
been that
Paul
long.
Thorpe
Time
days.
flies. I've been to the Bahamas for 5 years. My lock screen, Tim. I don't know if you've seen it before. It's the picture of me at the Atlantis when the sun is setting. I still have that as my screensaver back when I was 20 years old. I'm 26 years old. And back when I was 20 in college, I'm like trying to figure out what life looks like after, graduation or whatever, figure out what to do with my life. And, you know, I'm just happy and grateful that I'm able to provide all the things that I always wanted to for
Yeah,
myself
I think you're doing
to this
awesome.
day,
I think you're doing awesome.
regardless of, finding the right one. I'm just like extremely happy that I'm able to, have the life that I, worked for from, that time when I was out here and I was 20. I'm able to come back every year. And so this time, 26 years old, and still be able to enjoy this beautiful place and island. It's really a privilege. So I'm grateful
Yeah,
for that.
very
So
nice.
that's my speech. Be grateful for the things that you have. I mean, this is a watch show. We talk about watches that are 5 grand, 10 grand, $100,000, auction watches that are probably going to the millions. But like these timepieces are whether they're $5,000 or you have a $250,000 timepiece. I mean, it's all a privilege to have. It's a privilege for us to be on this show to talk about any of this stuff. Um, so
Yes.
yeah,
And it's been incredible to watch you grow with us. A lot of
Absolutely, he's grown like tremendously. I mean, it's out of control how much you've grown.
yeah,
You're scaring me. So it's all good. It's all good.
yeah. Well, I think that's it. The wish for you know,
make a
the
wish.
time. The wish would be, I guess, what Tim G says. Find Miss Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
very nice.
hopefully,
Go, yeah, and
we
go
get
for it.
another chance. We get another chance, right? That's
Yeah,
that's
Yeah.
also a part
yes,
of life. Your
yeah.
next birthday, you get another chance, and another
That's
chance.
exactly right. Where there's a bump, there's a boost. Remember that.
Exactly.
Exactly.
What doesn't
Exactly.
kill you
So
make you stronger.
That
we get
too.
another try
Yeah,
at
you can keep
26
on
years
going with
old.
these things, huh?
We tried at 25 or try again at 26. So
Yeah,
Mm.
very
that's
nice.
my wish.
Very nice. So yeah,
Yeah.
congrats. We're gonna wait till the 27th and 28th. So we're doing
All
well. Okay.
right.
Nice.
Yeah. It says it's like um it's a mousse, a chocolate mousse.
Mm. A chocolate mousse. Is that courtesy of the house? Did they give you the pastry on the house? Sometimes they do
I'm not
that if you
sure.
tell them it's your birthday.
Oh well, yeah. Yeah. I'm hoping so.
Let's hope so. Let's hope the dessert is free.
And if not, we gotta get the super chats in here.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Cam. Guys, if you want to if you have a birthday wishes for Cam, you can send them via super chat and continue to help us grift our way through this FP Journe interview. There you go. Let's keep going here while Cam is enjoying his cake there. We want the post cake reaction, okay?
I'm probably not gonna eat all of it. I'm not.
Mhm.
I don't like chocolate.
I feel
So
your pain. I feel your pain because I'm not a chocolate fan either. But you know, the women like it because it's like a substitute for sex.
Chocolate is good for your health, actually,
Well,
especially if it's natural. Yeah.
dark chocolate, dark chocolate.
Yes. Um,
So yeah, I'm not a big chocolate fan though, but I understand. Women love it. Women love it.
you want to see something? This is what I'm trying to fundraise some Grift super chats for. These are supposed to be the healthiest chocolate available. One second, let me close this. Whoa, we got a mega super chat from Daniel Katz.
Very nice.
Wowzers, happy birthday, Cam.
thank you, Daniel. I
Woo.
appreciate
There
it.
you go.
Thank you
He's,
so
he's
much,
Mr.
probably,
Cat
Daniel.
he's
himself.
probably your big. He's probably your biggest fan. He's the oldest person on the stream, and you're the youngest person on the stream.
Yes.
Okay.
That is true.
Thank you,
I'm getting
Daniel.
older by the day. God damn.
Soon you're gonna be just as old as Daniel Katz.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, life goes by quick. That's
Time
why
flies.
you have to appreciate it. You have to take the moments, appreciate them. Wear the good watches. There's no time to wear shitters. Wear your best watches that you can every single day to remember the good times. By the way, look at this. I'm wearing the Daniel Katz Ming that I bought from Daniel, the one without the paperwork.
I know.
And I'm loving this
The one
watch.
that you lost all the box and papers with.
Yeah, it's got the box, but the papers were lost in the house forever. Check this out. I'm gonna buy this chocolate when I fundraise $95. Get this, it's a box of 100. These are individually wrapped. 100% coca. So you know how there's dark chocolate that's
Yeah,
like
no, hey,
90.
Timmy. Yeah, okay, Timmy. So speaking of coca,
Uh-huh.
I put that in my coffee in the morning.
Yeah, like a little block of.
It's no, it's actually powder.
Oh yeah, okay. But
Okay,
this is a this is
Navitas sells it. It's organic. They sell it, and you can get it on Amazon and stuff. I throw some in for my first cup of coffee. I have like 6 cups a day. So
100% coca though, right?
100% coca. It's coca powder.
Coca powder. Exactly. This is chocolate made out of 100% coca. All right. There's these chocolates. They're like, there's for chocolate to be considered like dark chocolate, it has to be I think like 80%. By the way, shout out to Humble Pine. He's wishing Cam happy birthday as well.
I'm
Oh,
fine.
thank you, Humble Pie.
Big shout out to
Thank you,
Humble
sir.
Pine.
Humble Pine's the manager of the show. So
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Humble Pine decides what goes, what stays. I asked him many times, should we drop Cam? And Humble Pine was like, no, just
no,
let
as a
him
matter of
be.
fact, Cameron's like number one. He wants to drop me. That's the problem. You know, that's the thing that sucks. You know. So hey, speaking of that, I got a good one for you. So Timmy,
Mhm.
as of today, okay, as of today, this is your new policy. You can
Yes.
no longer apologize to anybody. Okay. What did Trump call that day where the lightning day? What did he call it? What did he call that day?
The Judgment Day, not the Judgment Day.
Well, anyway,
Uh-huh.
you can no longer apologize to anybody. Okay. All right. And anyone now that is, I mean, I'm happy George is back. He's a great contributor. I'm happy Magic City's back, great contributor. But people like Mickey, who have been around for 5 or 6 years and has gone up and down, turbulent, everything. He's gonna be on this what we call the membership committee. Okay, Humble Pine will be like the head guy, but Mickey will be like the member of the membership committee. And if you want to come back to Tim Wright, because it's really the only venue out there now. It's not only that, but it's the best venue. All right. It's not only the venue, it's the only venue. All these other venues somehow just poof disappeared. I mean,
Thank
I don't
you.
even know what happened to them. All right, because I quietly watch them all. I try to get in these streams, and because I don't have a wrench, they all gang bang me. Okay, because they just don't like me. They think I'm a total douche. Okay, but long story short, you can no longer. That's it. Liberation Day. So this is Tim Wright's Liberation Day.
The liberation
Day of Tim Wright. Okay, you can no longer apologize to anybody in order to come back. So George mentioned an interesting idea. He wants Dirk to come back, which is great. He wants Freddie Flintstone. Love the guy. Okay, big Sicilian in Chicago. Love the guy. Okay. If you want to come back with people like that, you need to write a letter to Tim Wright and Friends, which is like a club, okay? 1,500 words or less, saying why you want to come back, okay?
Yeah.
And then it will go to the membership committee. It will go to the membership committee, which Humble Pine is the head of, okay?
Yes.
Mickey is going to be part of it. Double D will be part of it because these guys were loyal all the way through, okay? All the way through. All right?
Solid like a rock.
Solid like a rock, okay? And then basically, they're going to decide. And so Freddie Flintstone, in your apology letter, just do me a favor, send a picture of your wife to see if I actually dated her like 30 years ago. Because I think I did when like I took her out to like from Woodland Avenue in Chicago to what is it, to Old Town, to a, you know, and I told the cab driver just to drive around for a few hours, just to screw around. Or Dirk Diggler, send a picture and so I make sure that you're over 5 feet. That'd be good. Okay. So basically just send in a letter. Okay. And the committee will decide if you're in, because you're it. You're it. You're like FP Journe. You're like FP Journe of the watch community. Okay. So that's how I think of this. So I think it's a club. Anyone that wants to come back now.
Have a great night, you guys.
You guys too.
And call it a day.
Thank you.
What do you think?
I think that's a much better process. We should have a process, right, for this kind of stuff, because I've never wished anything bad on anybody else. Except, you know, like the wizard. Fuck the wizard. He's a thief and a crook.
I don't even think the wizard wants to come back.
Yeah.
Let the membership committee decide.
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll get it out. We'll get you out of the letter within 2 to 4 weeks. They'll get you out because I'm not on this committee. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I would just say no to everybody. I would just say no. You're done. I would just say no. You can't get in. Okay. You're out of here. It'd be the toughest club that I've ever belonged to. So basically, that's what you should do.
I can't apologize, basically. Yeah, because like a lot of the stuff, it's nonsense. Is every time I apologize, it costs me valuable grifting moments. Okay, the algorithm, it senses weakness. Advertisers, they smell fear, and before you know it, I'm down 10 super chats and explaining myself like I'm on a parole hearing over here. So going forward, apologies are done. Over.
We're
moving forward.
This is your Liberation Day. Hey, Undertaker.
Yeah.
I guess you're calling me an idiot. That's Mr. Idiot to you. Okay. So when you address me, make sure you say Mr. Idiot. Okay. Undertaker. Okay. It's Mr. Idiot.
Exactly. So Mr. Idiot. And for those who are in line, you know,
just keep on going, baby.
In line, just, you know, wait your turn. Eventually it will come to you. Now, for those who are, you know, for those distinguished ex-members who've been banned or just left for one or other reason, they want to come back into the fold. It's going to be a process, right? We'll implement it. And look, and I want...
Look, that process needs to be stricter than the fucking Trump visas to get back into the fucking United States after we
this is
good point.
This is Cam talking. Yeah. So this membership committee is really exclusive because these are the people that have been with Timmy for a really...
It's been freaking hard. I'm doing this professionally every single night, right? putting on shows like that, you think it was easy to coordinate and get this very distinguished guest on the stream earlier today? That took a lot of effort, a lot of coordination. It's my full-time job, right? And I'm not bullshitting you guys about this. If you support this show, I will bring the best content because I'm here for you guys. So I really and I really do value everybody who comes here for the content because that's what I bring. The games that are being played on the people that come on the show, it's disappointing. It's disappointing that stuff's still going on. But I wish no ill on anybody else. Everybody, YouTube is an open platform. Everybody should be able to do their own content and do their own stuff. But like, what?
But
What the hell?
basically, Timmy is the only game in town. There's a bunch of these like other streams that came and gone. I mean, it's like Avante or going to be like Avante. They're the Avante of these streams are the Avante of Watch Talk, and he does this daily. He doesn't do it on Saturday night where I'm trying to go out on a date and get laid. He's doing this like every day of the week, So this is like a big deal. He's it. He's the only game in town for this. All right. And does he so-called grift? Yeah, he has a commercial.
I have to pay
commercials when you watch. Hold on. If you don't like commercials when you're watching football games, then you get up and you get some. You get a beer. I don't know what you do, but basically, he's got to ask for money. It's like silly. I mean, what else are you gonna do?
It's silly to be so obsessed about the fact that I asked for Superchats because nobody does anything for free, and those people who do, like, think about it. Facebook, that remember, oh, it's free, but you're the product, right? Anything that's free. It doesn't. It comes with an agenda, an ulterior agenda, where the Facebook will let you post on their platform for free, but they will take all that data and use it to set up their AI algorithm or whatever.
Agree. So anyway,
I'm being
upfront. Everyone is welcome back. 1,500 word letter or less, explaining why you want to come back, because you left for a reason. I mean, there was a reason why you left. There was a reason why you were banned. There was a reason why you said, fuck you, Tim Wright. There's a reason why you said something. I mean, I don't know. Each case is different. Let the membership committee decide. And if the membership committee decides and they want you, come on back. That's it. Done. So that's with Freddie Flintstone, and that's with Dirk Diggler, and that's with all these other people that George wanted back. I'm just mentioning those two because those are stuck in my mind. It's a great idea, but there's consequences when you do something like that. Okay, there's consequences.
Those guys, they say, "Oh, we're doing it too because we really want to help you, Timmy." They don't want to fucking help me. How is trashing me? Is helping me? Get fucked. Anybody who believes that, guys, wake up. Okay?
Yeah, so write that letter. Freddie Flintstone, put a picture of your wife in there. So I just want to make sure that I dated her or didn't date her, so we can get things through. And Dirk Diggler, make sure you give your height, because I want to make sure that you're over 5 feet, and we can call it a day. Okay.
Simple as that.
That's all. Well, now we can move on again.
Okay, I think we said our piece, because honestly, we're taking a lesson from a really basic saying, right? You fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So I've already been burnt once. I don't want to get burnt a second time. So we need some type of proof that that people actually understand the seriousness of situation, and that everybody could work together better going forward. So that's all. Daniel
Daniel
Cat,
Katz.
I only
welcome to the
here
show.
for a few seconds. My body's not working today, but I just want to share that I wanted to get effed, but it wasn't working that day. So you know, I was with that lady. So not like Stiletto's number 2. I was with Stiletto's number 2. I won't get into details. And
I
she
think I
said,
have some paste that can help you out, Daniel.
and she, you know what she said to me? She says, "It's okay, but you're a nice guy."
Aw. Wow, look at that beautiful view.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Oh, Cam, that's nice.
Amazing. Let me just turn on the lights here.
Okay. That, yeah, nice sunset. Nice, yeah, that's kind
Yeah.
of nice.
One of
Yeah,
the best in the world, right here,
yeah.
in this country that I've seen in my life. You know,
Yeah. Uh,
nice sunset on the water.
yeah, way over in Toronto from my window. I'm on the 9th floor. It's kind of nice too, but this is much better, of course, by the water.
It's true.
I'm getting stressed out, Cam. What happened to the leftover cake?
Dude, I don't eat chocolate, so
No, that's okay. I'm just joking around. I had too much.
yeah, but somebody probably enjoys it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Cam is gonna get himself a drink. Is this a bar?
Yeah, yeah, it's a restaurant on the beach.
Oh yeah, nice.
Sweet. Show us around. Show us the view a little bit. Stay
Yeah.
here. Oh,
Oh yeah, it's
nice.
a nice bar.
Yeah. Beautiful. Looks very chill. Some girls there in line.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, well, Cam, you enjoy your time there at the bar. We're gonna dive deep into this FP Journe interview. Feel free to chime in if you get another view. Just
Cam, while you were pointing that down, I saw a lot of hot bodies, so I like that.
yeah, lots of
I,
skinny people there.
Unfortunately, they're a little young for me, but I'm into butts, so they look pretty good to me.
well, they're little same here. Not sure if you know.
Yeah, I don't want to go to Epstein Island. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Well,
basically,
they have one that's close by here, you know. That would probably be fun if it wasn't owned by Sandals
yeah,
Resort, you know.
yeah, I get it.
Where is this? The Bahamas? Where are we?
Bahamas.
The Bahamas, yeah.
Okay. Funny, I
Yeah,
never.
with Tim, we've done a lot of streams from the Bahamas.
Yeah, it's like your go-to spot at this time. At this point, I have to join you next time. I
Yeah,
think there's an
it's like a
expectation
recurring
for
theme for the channel.
yeah. We need to
We
do a
have
gonzo from there.
vacation
Pick up
stream.
these girls, TED Talk, watch it
Uh,
with them.
Did
Go.
I do outside seat for one? I don't have one. So far. Yeah, I just wanted to enjoy the sunset for my birthday. That was it.
Yes.
Well, it looks good. The floor looks good, and like Mickey says, that's a good-looking
Okay.
stool.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
all right, so it's time to move on a little bit. But happy birthday, Cam.
Happy
Yeah.
birthday, Cam.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay, well,
he didn't get the thing for his birthday. The seat. They didn't have any room, or what?
no, I think they'll give it to him
Oh,
maybe
they give it.
later.
But you're moving on. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Once he's there, we'll take a
By
look
the
at it.
way,
Mhm.
I think I shared these with you guys before.
Mhm.
Just only so many months ago, when I just began to know Tim Wright. No, a few months ago, anyways. I was on a street known as Ossington in downtown Toronto, and
Okay.
on a Sunday morning, and there was this guy in this pajama pants, trying to look incognito, but he was drawing attraction to himself, I guess. He had these pajama looking pants. He wore some kind of blazer to give the impression he's sort of semi-covering himself, a fedora like me, but it was kind of going over his head like this because he wanted to be recognized,
Whoa.
but maybe he did want to be recognized. Who could that be, Tim?
Oh, I wonder.
Well, Mr. Wonderful.
Whoa, you
Yeah,
bumped into Mr. One. He is
that's what I thought.
Canadian, right? So,
Um, this has nothing to do with his belief in this or that, whatever. I just find him a bit rough on the Shark's Den or Dragon's Den or whatever. And
yes.
comment on Steve Martin. Was it Steve Martin that got married to a younger woman and had a child, and he was like 70, and he said, "What business does she have to be with a kid?" That I thought it was none of his business, but that's whatever. But that's Kevin O'Leary, and a character from Canada originally, but he's in the States a lot. But there it was. I didn't want to get into a conversation with him and let him have his privacy on
Yeah.
a Sunday morning.
That's cool. That's pretty cool.
Well, whatever. I know. But,
One of our members actually bumped into him in LA recently.
uh-huh.
He was at that restaurant where Sean joins the live stream from frequently.
Oh yeah.
Like a park area
Yeah.
next to the what's it called? The Rodeo Drive.
Right.
Whoa, it's loud. Yeah. And have you were you able to catch some of the live stream earlier today, Daniel?
No.
No?
I was in and out a little bit. You had a young guy in there.
Yeah.
Who seemed pretty sure about certain things, and I didn't go into the details because I was really taking a break. My back was bothering me a little bit, so I was out. But I did pop in and out, but it wasn't there long enough to hear the details. I think it was something to do with FP Journe, but I don't know, or Rolex.
Mhm.
But I was
No problem. No
Yeah.
problem. It's about FP Journe. He recently interviewed Kevin O'Leary and Pierre at an FP Journe boutique in Miami. He
But
set
that's
up
not
this.
FP Journe. He's a guy he's part of FP Journe that was interviewing.
He's the U.S. guy, the most important guy in the United States
All right. Okay.
when it comes to FP Journe allocation. This is the guy who decides basically
Okay.
who gets the watches and who
He's
doesn't.
pretty young. Okay. All right. Whatever. Okay.
No, not Cameron. Cameron, he's Cam, the young guy. He interviewed them. I'm saying
That's
Pierre,
right. Okay.
Pierre and Kevin O'Leary. Cam is like a big watch enthusiast, big watch collector. He's got a very interesting collection. Well, he's a writer. I think he does a lot of articles on watches around the internet. He's got a podcast, and now he's doing the podcast as a live recording. So going forward, all the podcasts are going to be
Okay. Go ahead. That was enough.
the video
update.
format.
I
Okay, so this is where you go. You're updated. Now we're going to watch the interview live, and we're going to react to it together. Okay, we just had Pierre explain to us what he considers to be a true collector. All right, do you consider yourself, Daniel, as a true watch collector? And what is your definition of true watch collector?
I think I have two definitions. There's a belief system which I respect, that anything more than one watch and you're in there as a collector. But I think that a collector is someone that is thinking of always checking watches in terms of moving a piece in, moving a piece out. That's the fun of it. Trading pieces, just always in the hunt, the enjoyment of the pieces that they have. But it's about inspecting and seeing where they'll buy next, where they'll exchange next, checking the markets all the time. I'm not any of that. I would call myself somewhat of an enthusiast. I think I'll be moving out of it a little bit, but that's for personal reasons. But I'm somewhat of an enthusiast. So that includes whether I owned a watch or not. And I own a few. I'm starting to like my Seiko again a lot, maybe more than any other piece that I have. So another aspect of enthusiast is you don't really care. It's not important necessarily that you have the more expensive MSRP piece, the one that he or she loves. It could be something that's very simple, an heirloom, or just something that went through history with you. So that's an interesting aspect of I would call a watch enthusiast, or what's it or a
Collector.
watch idiot savant, but a good side of a watch idiot savant that is goofy about it, to get together, community, and so on. I find that actually, sorry for twisting it around, I find that more important than the actual aspect of watch collector. So the watch collector simply more than two watches, and by definition, more than one watch, really. But I think it's about someone that's always looking in the hunt, in the trade, is just enthused by that for whatever reason. It's not about keeping it. It's about always trading and moving up, moving down, enjoying it for a while, but it's just being part of the game. I don't think a lot of us are. It's being the watch enthusiast. And then you got just the general ultimate upscale personality, such as Cam, which could be any or none of those, especially with that neat shirt he's wearing.
Gotcha. Thank you
It's
for that take. Thank you for that take. Someday Cam might become a super mega collector. We never know where he's going to take his collecting journey, right? He's got his Datejust. He
Yeah, but
flipped a bunch of watches. So far that's his contribution to the wristwatch
I,
space.
I think more enthusiast. I don't
Yeah.
Cam need anyone to speak on his behalf. But my conjecture before Cam speaks is that he's an enthusiast,
Yeah.
but he's got other priorities
He's
right
still
now
young.
in terms of buying, in terms of whether it's real estate or whatever. Like his priorities are different, and what's wrong with that? So the priority's there, but he can still be as much an enthusiast as people that have, by a flick of the credit card, own 10 FP Journes and a few, Lange songs or whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes their weight in gold is much higher with a watch enthusiast, I think, as opposed to a collector.
Yeah, there's a lot of this buying power management, right? Everybody has their buying power, how much money they have, and how much they're willing to allocate to this hobby, to this passion, right? To this art. So it's I think those who are like true collectors, they're willing to put in more they're willing to put in quite a lot of their money, their buying power into the hobby because they enjoy it. They enjoy watches. They want to support the craft. The craft doesn't exist without people willing to put their money into it.
But people can be excused. I'm just throwing this in. To me, people can be excused that it's not knocking anyone that's collecting pieces. Don't get me wrong. I have a few pieces. But for sure, people can be excused when they have a big family of kids and the whole thing about taking care of kids, or they're running a boarding school, or they're like someone like a social worker, and the priorities are different. They can be with friends that have watches and say, "Can I wear your watch for a few minutes?" Because there's no way they're going to own it. There's just the cost of raising kids, and giving them the greatest life possible, and yet they're just as important. They can be a watch enthusiast without having to own the pieces, really, and they should be included and welcomed into a group like us.
Of course,
Right?
I think
So it just whether you're broke or whether you're or you have these other responsibilities, it's kudos to them, but they can still be part of the community in terms of talking about pieces, about getting to wear pieces. We're at the round table at the restaurant in LA, and Sean let me try on. Was it that beautiful? What's the woman that runs that company? The beautiful independent piece there at that restaurant on a summer day, on a sunny afternoon. Oh, what was it? Beauvais.
Oh,
It was one of
Beauvais.
and,
Audrey.
yeah, and I got to wear it and switch it up for a fake one. He's wearing a fake one now. I got it now. I'm lying. But I got to wear it. We all got to wear his,
Yeah.
right? And that
Yeah.
was the fun of it, I think. And
Mm.
also a tribute to the watchmakers that really are out there sharing pieces. And maybe we don't have enough museums of present day watches. So when you're
Mm.
together with friends, we get to have our own museum. We get to wear a piece of the other person at a party or a get together in Miami or
Yeah.
Las Vegas or right in New York or wherever it is, without having to own it.
Yeah. That's
But
the
we stay
beautiful
true.
part of
But
being part of the community
yeah,
like this, is that you can share what you know your watches with each other, and you don't have to necessarily go out and spend all of your money onto
yeah.
wristwatches. You can kind of own things collectively. You get to handle my watch. You get to see my Moritz Grossman or my Ming that I bought from Daniel Katz, and
Yeah.
I get a chance to handle what watch you may have brought with you that night, right?
Oh, Double D mentioned it. It's
Well,
Audrey. I forgot. You met Audrey, right?
that's right. Shout out to Audrey. Audrey got jacked. Have you seen it?
No, I don't
What?
know what the hell. I don't know the details, but well,
Uh,
stuff
I need
happens.
to invite her on the live stream.
She seemed very
Mhm.
personable when you met her. Not just PR business lady running the business for her dad, but
Yeah.
she seemed genuine. You know,
Oh, wow. Hold on a second.
you're looking up the details of that of what he said.
Shout out to Audrey. Yeah. Yeah, she looks like she's been busy. Wow. Whoa, look at that. Thank you, Rob Report Monaco, Mr. Carl Henry of Rob Report, for incredible evening and for honoring our recital 30 with an award for the best watch of 2025. Incredible.
Not only a business lady, but boy, I can tell you, she's been in the gym. She's working out.
Whoa.
She is
Yeah.
working out. That's not. She got the whole posture down. Heavy weights.
Wow.
She can take on both of us as far as any
She can rip
and
me in
wrestle arm.
two.
She is strong. Yeah.
Wow. I was doing push-ups today.
Yeah.
Daniel, I couldn't do 5 push-ups. I had to do knee push-ups. That's how
Wait a minute.
out of shape I am.
Wait a minute. First of all, you just lost weight. Okay.
Yeah.
Be patient with it.
I'm rebuilding. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the word progress? We're off topic, but progression. There's
Hmm.
nothing to be ashamed of progressing. You give your muscles and joints
Yes.
time to progress. You kind of mark down what you did and you increase by 10%.
Exactly.
You
I
can't.
remember your lesson, when I started doing the push-ups, and I'm like, what the hell? I could barely, like, I thought, now that I lost like 30 pounds, the push-ups are going to be so much easier, but I couldn't do 3. I did 3 push-ups and I'm like, fuck this. I'm doing the Daniel Katz lesson. I put a towel under my knees in
Yeah.
order not to ruin my
Yeah.
knees,
Yeah.
and started doing push-ups on the knees, and that was way better. And then I
But when
did
you're
I
taking
did 3 sets of 10.
when you're doing the push up though,
Yeah.
you want to get sorry, you want the elbows coming back and into your body,
Mhm.
back and into the body, right? And the shoulder blades feel as if the shoulder blades are coming flush into the back and coming down your spine. They're not actually going down the spine, but you're pressing. You got muscles you don't know you have. You want those shoulder blades flush and kind of moving down towards the hip, or that's the effort. And you keep your belly in, and just do mini push-ups for now, man. Just do the mini ones. That will still engage the body well. You want to engage the whole body doing the push-up. If you do it wrong, you're only doing the muscles around the shoulder blade. You want to engage the lats. You want to engage um, the QLs to some extent, the quantum laborum or whatever they're called. I'm not good at kinesiology. I'm just saying you engage more muscles around the shoulder blades. Double D will give me help because I'm probably not saying everything right, but that's what you want to do. Just mini push-ups for now, and the ones with the knees.
Exactly. Double D says, I felt weak today too. After lunch, I only got 75 push-ups before failure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my push-ups game up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Double D in some of these streams, and he looks fucking really good.
Yeah.
Jacked.
He looks jacked. What I don't know if he's taking the juice or what, but he looks good.
You know what I found really inspiring about Double D is when we were in Vegas. And this thing stood out to me because I remember I just let myself go and just having drinks. And the thing is, I always was like just doing whatever. But Double D, he was on point even in Vegas. He wasn't like, he wasn't thinking, it's in Vegas, we could just do whatever we want. No.
Yeah.
He was controlling. He wasn't fucking eating everything that was in front of his eyes, drinking all the drinks, smoking 3 cigars. He was on top of his game even then. So, and that burned into my brain. Like, man, this guy's on top of the game. Maybe I could do some of that. Like, I don't have to be on point at all times, but maybe when I'm not out with friends, I could at least channel some of that energy. And so that's what kind of helped me motivate me.
Well, he's got Double D's got the discipline, it seems like, to do all this stuff.
Well, actually, you know what? Oh God, great shirt. I didn't see that one.
By the way, I figured I'll wear the proper shirt today.
I still would pick Mr. G's puppet over that one. Mr. G's puppet. Mr. G, remember Mr. G's beautiful?
Oh yeah, the Lulu Baloo.
Is that what they're called?
I think they're called Lulu Baloos.
Aren't they something? Are they from Japan? Where are they from?
I think they're Chinese.
Okay, but still legit, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a collectible. It's art.
Yeah.
But okay, guys, let's get back to the important thing for today. All right, it's the interview. We talked a little bit about what it means to be true collector and collector in different people's opinion. Cam, it's very loud over there. You wanted to say something?
I was about to chime in on something that Daniel said, but
okay, go ahead before we jump into the FP Journe.
I kind of forgot what I was going to say after.
Okay.
If you remember, just get back to me.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good.
You can write a letter at hello@timwright.com and I'll forward it.
Cam, that very stylish, casual stripe thing. It's nice.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
You collect so many things, and a big part of what your platform is investment and value in all these things. But you've been a collector for a long time, and I think sometimes that gets missed in people who just watch a short clip of you talking about something that's rather expensive. But you're a true collector, and so I'd love for you to maybe debunk that myth a little bit of, you talk about value of things. It's part of your platform. You deal with finance all the time. It'd be silly for you not to. I totally get it. But at the end of the day, you're a collector, and I think it'd be great for people to just know and hear from you that you're a collector first. And sometimes it's exciting to see a stock portfolio go up.
Yeah, I have a different view, and every collector is different in the way they think. And I enjoy the community of collecting and the debates.
Why are they trying to question whether he's a collector or not?
Because some people don't think that he is a collector, that FP Journe shouldn't sell watches to Kevin O'Leary because Kevin O'Leary, he's an investor and he's not buying watches for the right reasons or whatever.
You ever watched the show Billions before?
Billions?
Yeah.
I've heard about it.
We had a segment on the show that had like this weird adverse relationship between artists, the people that create art, and then people that buy the art. And
Yes.
he's like, what what um, you know bankers like. We like art. You know what artists like? The money.
Hmm.
The bankers are buying the art as appreciation and investment at the same time.
Yeah,
The
I
artist
think.
wouldn't be able to promote nor like survive as a brand if they did not have the clientele that they had. If they weren't, these bankers that maybe are speculative investors that see some sort of value in the art piece, just like with timepieces,
Yeah,
you wouldn't have anybody purchasing these items.
yeah.
And I think that is like a huge, huge component of collecting is the value within the these items or these timepieces.
Hmm.
So I don't think that's something really to be played down when people are putting in this much to um
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay, let me just.
Let's go to the video.
I'm gonna. I'll just muted you, Cam, because you have a lot of background noise. But to just address some of that, yes and no. I see it. It's good when you can buy art and it goes up in value. But I think it's not. It shouldn't just all be about money, because that's where it gets really, really bad. Because yes, there's money in art, but art shouldn't be solely created for the purpose of money, right? And I think it should be the other way around. Great artists should be rewarded with money, and not in the reverse, right? Like, and so kind of what Kevin O'Leary, right? He's trying to, maybe he's encouraging a lot of people who are not passionate about this art to just buy it up because it's a good investment. And that's ultimately, if FP Journe is going to be making 1,000 watches, that's bad for those collectors who are really passionate, because there's just increased competition that they don't necessarily want. The true collectors, or who've been with FP Journe for the past 20 or 30 years, they don't want this influx of these people who don't know anything about it, and they're just getting in at 11th o'clock to buy up every FP Journe that they can.
Well,
Uh,
okay,
s-
that's it's not it's not so much that people like Kevin uh, is not informed. I guess he got himself somewhat informed of some of these watch pieces and so on, and became a collector late in the game. But it's like you said, he came at 11 o'clock. It was very sudden. What 4 years ago we see him with what's his name in Cleveland? What's our guy that has a store now? Eddie
yes.
Baltazar. He
Yep.
connected with Eddie. Some
I think Kevin is very transparent with the fact that he got into collecting because he saw it as an investment vehicle. He saw that you can make money by buying these assets that a lot of people want. But the thing is, those people that wanted the watches prior to Kevin O'Leary's entrance, they were buying these because they were supporting an artist, somebody that they thought is creating these beautiful watches because they love the art of watchmaking. And now Kevin O'Leary comes in and he's too kind of money centric around this. And these people, they have a legitimate reason to be pissed off for FP Journe welcoming Kevin O'Leary with open arms. Uh,
well,
so
I agree with you in a sense that it doesn't that in the terms of the wristwatch culture and people having to wait to get to the to get to the head of the line, and they've been there for a long time and following all the unwritten rules or rules of getting to the piece they want. Uh,
yes.
but uh, I don't know how to answer that because it's not exactly illegal. it's not just Kevin O'Leary. It's a lot of people that suddenly can go in there and they can afford it and get the piece. And then someone, oh, I know you. I've seen you on TV, and there it's all gone. It's for them.
Yeah.
Am I a fan of that? No, I agree with you. But are you hinting at some kind of resolution for this?
Well, I'm just saying, like, it seems like FP Journe embracing people like Kevin O'Leary is upsetting true watch collectors who've been with FP Journe for a very long time. You see? You
So
see
there
what's
you
happening?
have it. There you have it. That's
Yeah,
up
it's
to
the same. It's the same kind of in this watch community, right? There's people who are loyal supporters of the Tim Wright show, and then when I embrace people who are maybe not necessarily were here, you know, this whole time supporting the show, it's kind of like, Tim, what are you doing? And I get it. Yeah. Oh shit. I see the parallel. Maybe I'm a fucking hypocrite. Like FP Journe in a way, right?
Okay, that example may have other variables. Let's just stick to this
Okay, fair enough.
and sort of true, but other variables. This is a situation where you touched on it, and it makes sense. In that business model, it's up to independent brands or other brands to say, well, we appreciate your business, but there's other people waiting in line also. Can we offer you this instead? Or whatever they want to use without blowing the guy away or woman away. But saying that, the companies they're facing someone with a lot of heft, willing to buy a lot of their pieces. And that kind of being, what's the word, a company of valor all the time to say, this is the way we do it. We've got loyal people that have been waiting for these particular pieces. I'm sorry, Mr. X, Y, and Z, you'll have to wait, but we're still interested in serving you. But these people are ahead of you by a bit. And those celebrities or whoever they are might say, oh, I kind of like that. Put me on your list. And they might be okay with it. But then that's up to the company or the brand or the owner to be willing to make that decision. So you sort of hit on it.
Yeah, I think what a
decision-
lot of people are seeing happen, Daniel, is that when people like Kevin O'Leary come in, who have so much money that they can play the game at a much different level. They could buy 3 watches before they get a watch that they really want. But a lot of people can't do that. But they were here before Kevin, and they see Kevin come in, buy up, 3, 4, whatever he needs to do, and then being allocated the watch that they thought that they should be getting, right? And instead they get pushed back. Their allocation gets left behind, right? Because there is no wait list. That's a big part of big theme of Pierre's explanation of how FP Journe makes a determination on who will get the watch. Okay, so let's continue here with the video.
And I have my way of looking at it, and here's how I look at it. I don't participate very often in the secondary market. You don't see me. Occasionally I go to charity auctions and I do pick up some pieces that are unique, but it's not the core of what I'm doing in horology. My view of what a collector is someone who forms a relationship with the maker. And it takes a long time to get that established. It's based on trust. They get to know you, what your styles are. I'm a red band guy. Every watch brand in the world knows I'm a red band guy now. And to me, you've reached the collector status when a watchmaker is willing to make you a piece unique. Sure. Because think about what goes into that decision. Are you a flipper? They'll never make your piece unique if you're going to turn around and sell it. Right. Which I've never sold a watch. I never will. Do you respect the brand? Do they respect you? And do they understand that you're doing this with other watchmakers, but that respect is there? And do the other collectors consider you a collector of that mark, if that maison? This takes time.
Sure.
And you only have, you know, what, 90 years? I hope to live to 120. But, you know, it took me 4 decades to become a global collector,
Sure.
and to be known as a global collector. And I'm very honored to be able to get the pieces I get today, and the pieces that are coming for me in 2 to 3 years ahead. Whether it's a Journe or Simon Brit or a one-of-a-kind Cartier or Chanel, you know, you think about a company like Cartier, they rarely make a piece for me.
Rarely.
They're going to make one for me. So it's sort of like, that's because my very first piece was a Cartier. And
You know, that's
Wait,
like,
so if you can't get a watchmaker to get you a piece you need, that basically means that you're not a watch collector, you're just a regular pleb.
You know,
Like
a watch collector to me is not as
true
involved.
watch collectors only get piece you need.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. I can it sounds poetic that, you know, you have this relationship, but if you have more than one watch, you can call yourself a collector. It's nice to have a relationship, like what
Yeah.
he's saying. But anyways, Tim,
How
go,
do I
yeah.
get to meet the CEO of Tech Philippe and Audemars Piguet and all of these different people? I mean,
Kevin O'Leary is trying to set the bar for what it means to be watch collector really high. Okay, so that it becomes like a more exclusive club, because how many people can say that their watchmaker made a special watch for them? Not a lot. Not a lot of people even want that. And the thing is, in the past, watchmakers were so much more open to making custom pieces for individuals, but now it's kind of many brands moved away from that. But look at this, you know, Chanel, right? Who did he say made a custom piece for him? Chanel, right? Uh, that's, you know, I don't think that's a big deal for Chanel to make a custom piece for someone. You do have to spend some money at Chanel, and because they're not very reputable in the watch space, uh, that they'll probably do it to build their own brand, just as much as you know, to do it for somebody. But I think it's good on Kevin for even like asking, because like, how many people want a watch from Chanel? It's not the watch enthusiast go-to brand. Let's just put it that way, right? But he's like, yeah, he just collects whatever the fuck he wants. And okay, this it's good. The more power to him.
wait a minute. I'm not really knocking his sincerity. Don't get me wrong. Where
Hmm.
he's talking here, there's empathy and authenticity what he's saying, but I don't think you have to go that. I just respectfully disagree. I think
Yeah.
you still call yourself a collector if you're getting more than if you have more than one piece in your collection, and and we all can develop a relationship with a smaller watchmaker that's not as known, and say, hey, can you change that dial for me? I'd like this or that, whatever. So we all can have a taste of what Kevin is talking about, but with a independent collector who's still working his or her way up, there is, when there's a will, there's a way. They're willing to do a change. Of course, there would be a cost to that, but I think some of them will be willing to do it. You can't go to what's that watch company that makes already dials, but the bigger the company, you can't even get in to talk to the right people to ask them to do it. But with an independent collector, we met them, Tim. Remember, in Geneva, on the night before the main part of the weekend, not in the main show, and we met these independents. And we
Yes.
probably, all of us could have asked them, could you do this with the dial?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Might do it.
Of
So,
course.
yeah.
Big brands might not do it, but
No.
smaller independent brands, and you can get actually anyone who wants a watch, that's custom made or customized just for them probably could get a brand from that house to do it. Okay, I think it's just it might not be, Rolex is not going to do a custom piece. No, Rolex is not going to do a custom piece for Kevin, right?
No.
But yeah, I
Okay,
think
let's see what he was going to say. Let's see.
keep going here.
And they know who I am. Anyways, I'm very impassioned about it. And lastly, it's all about the dial, and which took me to Journe. There are no dials on earth like Journe dials. Journe dials are crazy dials. They are crazy, crazy dials. They're conversation starters. Every time I wear a Journe anywhere, somebody says, "What is that?" Or "How can you tell time with that?" Or something like that. And my vertical tourbillon drives people crazy. They don't understand what that dial's about or why the watch is even like that.
Right.
That's why it's such a beautiful piece.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, again, it's a testament to Journe as a brand that you have fallen so in love with them, and the rest of the watch community has fallen so in love with them.
Well, they're a controversial brand because Pierre is Mr. No. Like, that's the problem. Everybody that I meet says, "Oh, well, you gotta make a call for me so I can get a blue." Sure. It's the same story everywhere around the world. You got to make a call to get me a blue. And I said, it's pointless.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a blue.
Right.
Maybe not in your lifetime.
Yeah.
Maybe you will. But I don't know, unless you want to go into the secondary market. And for me, you want to become part of the Journe family, you've got to buy from Journe.
Absolutely.
But here, Kevin, you're defining what we call a top collector. In order to have a special piece or rare piece or unique piece from a Cartier, whatever, this is the top. Collecting starts with, why are you buying something? How many watches do you have? More than one? Why would you need more than one? Why would you need a watch? You want time. I'm in the business of selling you things that are readily available everywhere. You didn't pay extra on your iPhone to tell time. It came with it. Yeah, it's everywhere at the time. So here, if you only look at the time, obviously the function you lost. We have to look at the art part or the mechanical part or the history. What I like with Journe is really the perspective. If for example tells you it's a new watch, it's not a new dial or whatever, it's a new movement in the history of watches. I mean, this is the perspective is totally different. So for me, collecting is always going back to the intellect. Why do I buy this? And we talked a little earlier, Omega Speedmaster, one of the iconic watch there is.
Mine from 75.
Okay, so do you have a rocket?
Yeah.
You have a rocket?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to go on the moon soon? Is that the watch that went on the moon? Is that the replica of the watch on the moon? Because they come out with the Snoopy.
Exactly.
You're not going
I have the Snoopy too.
But you buy it because it went on the moon.
Yeah.
That's the moon watch.
Yeah.
But you're not going to go on the moon.
That's why I originally bought it when I was a teenager. I mean, I don't know how old I was.
Watch. So
yeah, you create
back to the intellect.
Create the story in your head of what's special to you and what it could be to you tomorrow, the next day, the next week, whatever it may be. And that kind of
the difference between only collecting. Only you don't have to have all the because and the whole shebang of all the background. Collecting, you need to know everything.
Well, and I think that's the difference here is, social media is a fairly new thing. You doing YouTube and all these videos is a fairly new thing. But again, you've been collecting well before this existed.
Yeah, but I think what happened is, it actually started here. One of the most famous watch videos on all time is Ted.
I'm just going to pause it here because we're going to be retelling the story of other video that they shot. But I think there's an important discussion there about these top collectors, right? Because in the world of wristwatch making, there's a world of wristwatch making, okay? There's these different watchmakers, and there's this hierarchy. Who are the good ones and who are the bad ones, and who are the most traditional versus who are innovators of the future, right? And there's this world of collector influencers, right? Those people who collect publicly, right? People like Ben Clymer and Kevin O'Leary is trying to become, or he's already become, like a influencer in watch collecting, right? He's built up a persona and a collection that he's sharing publicly. There's a video that he just released. It's big video and he goes in depth about his entire watch collection, right? And he's like an influencer and a tastemaker. He, because he has an audience, a following, people who will watch, and they are going to absorb what he says about how his approach to collecting, and that's going to dictate how other people who might never collect it, right? There's going to be fucking investor bros who would watch Kevin O'Leary for investment purposes, and then they'll watch this video about Kevin O'Leary. They'll be like, "What the fuck? Kevin O'Leary is collecting watches? Hold on a second. What is this shit? Collecting watches?" Right? And they're gonna sit down and maybe they'll follow Kevin O'Leary's approach to collecting watches, or maybe they'll do it their own way, right? But it's all about the approach, right? There was like Monty Python killer joke.
I missed that one, but that's okay.
There we go. But anyways, we'll watch that one maybe tomorrow in the future. His collection.
I guess Mickey doesn't like Kevin O'Leary or Mr. Wonderful.
What?
We agree on a lot of things, Mickey. Maybe I'm a little bit more right than you are, but I think we agree on a lot of things. But the thing is I do like Mr. Wonderful.
A lot of people like him. He's a very polarizing person.
He's Canadian.
He's Canadian, yeah. Like Daniel Katz.
Like Daniel Katz.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna skip this next segment.
All good people come out of Canada.
Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe I should play it because it is interesting in that way that he explains that people know him, that he's a watch collector, and they take their cues from him. Watch this.
I bought it when I was a teenager. I mean, I don't know how old I was.
So
Yeah, you create
back to the intellect.
create the story in your head of what's special to you and what it could be to you tomorrow, the next day, the next week, whatever it may be. And that kind
That's
of
the difference between owning collecting.
Correct.
Owning, you don't have to have all the because and the whole shebang of all the background. Collecting, you need to know everything.
Well, and I think that's the difference here is, social media is a fairly new thing. You doing YouTube and all these videos is a fairly new thing. But again, you've been collecting well before this existed.
Yeah, but I think what happened is, it actually started here. One of the most famous watch videos on all time is Teddy Belzinar and I
He was
here
yeah.
when
Teddy.
we did
Yeah.
this Journe thing. Remember that?
Yeah, I was right here,
I
and
don't
then
know
you
how
said
many million
rabbit hole.
people have seen that, and people stop me all the time, all around the world, saying, "I saw that video you could Journe. It was in this boutique,
Yeah.
outside too."
Let's
Actually,
talk for a second about
those two
Journe as a brand and Francois Paul.
Oh, here.
1998,
I'll-
1999, around this
Let
time.
me just pause it there.
Actually, those Mr. Wonderful and Teddy gelled together very well.
They visited FP Journe. This was
That
the
was their
video right here. I'll just play
That was
intro to this thing. So just a couple of seconds, okay? Here we go. Just to get a taste.
Hey, Kevin O'Leary, aka Mr. Wonderful. Where am I? In Los Angeles. Why? We're shooting Shark Tank in the middle of it. We have a dark day. We have a day off. Where do I want to be when I'm in Los Angeles on a dark day? Inside of the FP Journe boutique. Why? Because I love this brand. I love this watch. And I happen to be with Teddy, because we're doing a bunch of social media and watches. And Teddy's never really seen a broad collection of FP Journes like he's going to see today. So I'm his host, along with a legend here too, the brother of FP Journe himself, Lamont. And
Damn.
he's looking very LA today, which is fantastic. But
Very LA. Very LA.
Yes. The good old days, man. This is from 3 years ago, and this video racked up 429,000 views. Okay. Just put things in perspective. Okay, just going back here to our video. That was the video that they were referring to.
I'd almost rather see that one than this one, but that's okay.
Yeah. I'll drop the link to the old one so the viewers can go and check it out after the live stream. Maybe we'll revisit. Let's revisit this Kevin O'Leary. We'll make it a Kevin O'Leary week here on.
We can do that tomorrow.
Hey, yeah. Well, let's go through all the Kevin O'Leary's videos over the years, and then we'll invite him on the live stream. Maybe he'll join. You never know. Kevin, he's a
Maybe
cool
he will.
guy.
Maybe he
I think
will.
if I sent him a message and said, "Yo, Kevin, join us on the live stream just to talk watches here with us for an hour," you
Maybe
think he would join? I think he might, right?
Right.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's keep going here with the video.
Subscription, it's a huge risk, right? Comes to the market, he's asking for 50% deposits from people. People are like, who are you? But he took a risk. And I'd love to know from you how important risk taking is in watches, because you deal with risk takers all the time in entrepreneurship.
Daniel Katz took a risk on a Habring, and I took a risk on Daniel Katz's Ming.
And your businesses and Shark Tank. And you've said a lot of times, you know, the number one trait that an entrepreneur should have is being able to pivot. But being a risk taker is also a big factor. And is that important to you when you look at these brands, is the risks that they're taking and how outside the box they're willing to go?
FP Journe founded a new philosophy with watchmakers. He was maybe the first to do the breakout that he did. I mean, there's Roger Smith too, but it's different.
Sure.
Every young watchmaker now wants to be FP Journe because he's not really an independent anymore. He's in a new class of a combination of art and science and watchmaking and passion and all this whole, like, this boutique. This is like a piece of art itself. Yeah. And the collectors for Journe like to come to the boutiques, have a glass of wine, talk to other collectors or other Journe enthusiasts. I don't know. What would you describe you've created here? Because I think you did it by accident.
So that's where it worked, because it's organic. What I call the Journe community. We extremely lucky because we have collectors like Kevin, people that I can go on vacation with, people that we can have a blast with, people that I can argue with and still be friends. That takes a lot, you know, for two people to argue and still be friends, because it's not personal, it's on the ideas. So what happened here, we realized, and that's why we were in Bar Harbor, one of the best mall there is in the whole world, we felt miserably because we had 600 square feet. So you have three people like here, we close the store. We feed on the collectors, and the collectors feed on the other collectors. Because look, let's be honest, we are on top of our world. We could not have imagined that we would be at that stage. I knew all the time that François would make it that high, you know, that big. Never. And we're very proud of everyone. Obviously, François Paul first, so he made the watches, so that's the first thing. But when I see Kevin becoming friend with another collector, you can't buy this. I say, Kevin, it's 5,000. Be friend with Cameron. You can't buy for his wife.
I had to pay him $7.
His wife and my wife have lunch now, separately from us, which is perfect. So we can have dinner together. We talk about watches, they talk about whatever. Everybody's happy. But that's not easy to create. And then people say, oh, that's a genius. You created, you don't create it. I didn't create anything. They did. And I was part of the community, and it evolved like this. But this is the key thing. And this is where you have collectors. A collector talking to another collector could be Camembert box. We can be passionate about it. We can talk for 2 hours about this. Sure. Who gives a shit about Camembert box except the two guys that want to talk about Camembert boxes?
Yeah.
And you have collectors in France of Camembert boxes.
Yeah.
And you have associations and clubs about this. Now you're talking about collectors dealing with a much higher in price item than the Camembert box, and much more mechanical. And the history of watchmaking. Without watchmaking, there's no British Empire, for example. Without John Harrison and the chronometer, marine chronometer, there's no British Empire. Watchmaking was extremely important, was very important in the history of humankind. It is less now because of all of these, the atomic clock and everything. So the watchmaking per se, this is a waning function. We know that. It is only becoming now, and that's the only chance to survive. Also, by the way, is art and mechanical. That's it. If we don't succeed in this, the watch industry is dead. But so would be the art, the same thing, because art is also not functional.
Sure.
So we still have good hopes.
Yeah. You know, I think a big thing in the community is trust, right? You've never sold a watch, and any brand, whether it's Journe or someone else that you get a watch from, puts that trust into you, and you put that trust into them, that you guys have this mutual agreement that they know Kevin O'Leary is never going to sell a watch.
Ooh, that's a big deal. But then on the other hand, Kevin O'Leary probably doesn't have to sell a watch, right? Because he's got enough money to not have to do that. So
in 2008, I didn't have a choice. I had to sell 9 of my watches for like at that time, $180,000 total. Okay, I had to do that. Otherwise, I would have filed bankruptcy. I had to do that. I would have, I had to keep my kids in school and everything else. So Kevin O'Leary does not have to do that.
Mm.
Because money is tied up, just with a.
That's why, like, I don't think it should be held against true collectors who sell watches. I mean, it's great. It's great to not have. That's fantasy world. Not everybody can.
I didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
I know what kills me is my first watch I bought, which was that Rolex Chuck Yeager, and which I got married in and everything else. That I sold out with my others. The Pateks I had, I could care less about because I never wore them. But that watch to this day still kills me. Okay, it kills me. So anyway.
Yeah, I wish there was a simple answer to this. Unfortunately, it's hard. People have to balance their life circumstances with collecting hobby. Not everybody. It's amazing if somebody can just always level up and business just going forward and it's just all good and just business is growing, but not every business is growing. There's always setbacks there's situations that come up in life, right?
Absolutely. And the other thing is with Kevin O'Leary, we've all had some ups and downs, but I mean, he has he's got a bunch of places. He's got a place in downtown Boston. He's got a place in Miami. He's got a place in New York, but he's got a place in Canada, and they have like a lake house someplace in Canada. I don't know if Daniel knows it or whatever. But
somewhere, where that boating accident was, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's where it was headed. Someone died.
Yeah.
I mean, so they hit another boat. Someone did. I don't know if he did or his wife. He said his wife took the blame. And basically that was like. That's like second-degree murder, in my opinion. Somehow he walked away from that. The FTX thing that he was involved in. I mean, he was humping that like there was no tomorrow. Somehow he escaped out of that. I mean, he's hit some. I mean, he's got some Teflon on him. Okay, where a lot of this stuff he's deflected. And the killing thing is, I know you kill somebody. I don't care who you are. That's in you forever. I mean, you got bad dreams forever, in my opinion. So,
what was the argument? Not to get into details. I'm just brushing on this. The details of the boat accident, wasn't it? It was a small boat, and they didn't have any light on or anything.
You know what? I don't. Okay. I don't know, but supposedly his wife was in the boat driving it and hit somebody, and the other person died.
Yeah, that I know. Yeah,
and somehow they got out of it. I mean, I mean, you didn't hear a boo afterwards. They covered it up. They did something. They paid the family off. Who knows? But that one's a tough nut. That one's because that could be second-degree murder.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Let's keep going with this killer interview.
But there is a secondary market, and these watches do pop up often on those markets.
Ooh.
How does Journe as a brand put their trust into a collector, right? Because you can only control maybe 1, 2, or 3 things, right? You can control who gets the phone call to buy a watch. You can control if you let them in the front door to put their credit card down, and then you let them back out. And only if they call you and say, I'd like another watch, or I need to sell this watch for a circumstance, can you control that situation.
Let me ask something before you answer, because part of the Journe success story is also the story of Danny Gufberg.
Absolutely.
Danny, for collectors, and George Mayer, like they are really respected people.
For sure.
And they said to everybody years ago, Journe is happening.
Yep.
And that's basically what happened.
Yeah, and they put the money behind it. So
millions of dollars.
Really have. So that created the secondary market. Obviously,
yeah.
The second market was already pretty good to start with, but then they exploded it. And then we had this auction house, Philips at June 20th, 2020, and all of a sudden we have now 7 figures watches, and also everything exploded. So for me, the success was obviously François Paul to start with, without François Paul and what he's been able to accomplish.
You got to make the product.
There'd be no 1916 to talk about, nor this auction house. But then you have obviously the 19th at that time Watchbox that was an influence. There's no denying it, and then auction house. Yeah. The thing is also we didn't go crazy after that and went berserk on prices or whatever. We still try to stay who we are.
Yeah. Well, I think the interesting thing that they've done,
I think a lot of the thing what 1916 did is that they created the entire market, right? They saw that there was a lot of people who could probably afford these watches, and they presented it. They bought up as many FP Journes as they could. Number one, they identified that this is a good quality watch. Number two, they bought up as many as they could, right? And then number three, they made a really good sales pitch on why people should buy these, and the market for FP Journes exploded because it was genuinely good product. Just people just weren't buying it because nobody was, I think, pitching it in the correct way.
The other thing is, other than this Miami boutique, which I think is in one of the shittiest locations going in, like a Kipton Hotel in Miami, most of their boutiques that I went by or been in are in these outstanding locations. Like the one in Geneva is the best location in Geneva, in my opinion. You know, they got the restaurant now in the hotel, but that little boutique is, you know, right next to the Vacheron, is really, really a phenomenal location in downtown Geneva. The one in Paris is really nice. The one in New York is nice. The one
New York is amazing.
The one in New York is amazing. I've only been in once. And then the one in LA, I've been in once, and that's really nice. This one, in my opinion, of all the ones I've been in, is the shittiest one. So I don't even know why they're there. They must have gotten the rent for free from Kempton Hotels.
It's part of history now.
Yeah, now everyone knows where it is, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway.
Right, let's keep going.
To mention is, I don't think that they may have created the secondary market against Journe, but they saw a vision. They saw what was happening. They believed in it the same way collectors believe.
I looked at it and I saw Danny putting his own money to work.
Right. And I think that's the difference between
not some millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And that was a risk. It was a risk. Speculated one, but that was a risk.
Yeah.
The difference between let's say 1916 and any brand, not Journe, is one is in sales, nothing wrong with this, and one is building a relationship. That's why, let's say, if I receive a phone call and say, I would like to buy this watch, here's the money, and we ship it, we never did this.
Right.
Best example, Mr. Francis Ford Coppola. He wanted the residence back in 2009. They said, we don't ship watches, we deliver, so we can explain them. It was a Christmas present, so he's now ex-wife Eleanor said, this is a Christmas present, so let me make the surprise. Come in January, a couple of weeks after. And I did. With this, we created a whole relationship. And I was with Mr. Coppola last Saturday with some friends and collectors, and we greeted each other. There's a relationship. We are very human related.
Sure.
We're not transactional. To the question, how do we figure it out? We make a lot of mistakes. Some people are very good, or some people have some issues. That's a different way we look at it. For regarding,
you must have blackballed some guys from flipping, right?
We do that all the time, and we don't hesitate. But we did this since 2009 when we had the first boutique in America. It's not like yesterday we did this, because François Paul always respected the collector. So if I make sure that this guy here has something that's very rare, don't flip it. Right. Now, it is possible, we're not stupid about this. Could be buyer's remorse. Could be Kevin has an opportunity to buy this business, he needs to do this. Talk to us.
Yeah.
Do not surprise us.
That makes sense. If I ever was going to sell a watch from a maker, I would definitely do that. The thing I was going to say that I've learned, and this is for everybody to hear that wants to be a collector, I didn't realize this till about a year ago. When Journe or any brand blackballs somebody, they think, oh, I've only lost my relationship with that one maker. No, that's not what happens. That's not what happens. It's such a small community that other makers, other brands say, oh, this guy. Yeah, I've seen it happen. Yeah, all of a sudden,
Other makers,
Except
other
won't sell
brands,
them.
oh,
Rolex won't sell them. They don't say anything about it. They don't say oh no, I'm sorry, you're officially banned, but you are banned,
100%.
and you're going to spend the rest of your life in the secondary market. So
Ooh, what do you think about that?
I'm okay with it.
I gotta go, but I know that a little bit off topic. Journe, if they find out that you repaired one of their pieces
Mhm.
through, your watch person because it was convenient in your city,
Yeah.
I think they won't blackball you, but they certainly will charge you twice. They'll give you a penalty. Let's say you brought a watch into your local place in town to
Mhm.
repair it, whether it's on warranty or not doesn't matter. And then it's going fine. They repaired it, and then you decide to go. It was time to service the watch. It's 5 years later, and you go to FP Journe. They have a way determining that you had it serviced or fixed somewhere else, and they say, okay, you went somewhere else for this. It costs, let's say, $5,000, but we're charging you X dollars more. They penalize you basically if you want them to service it. They found out you serviced it at your local place. Just saying. FP Journe doesn't like, from what I understand, he doesn't like pieces being meddled with by other people.
That's right. And I think if it was found out that somebody else touched it, they charge double for
Yeah,
service.
that's what I just said.
Yeah. Because just because, you know what? If you could do that, why not? But it's not like there's even. Why would anybody go anywhere outside FP Journe? Because these movements, they're all in house. They're all proprietary.
Yeah.
How are these other watchmakers supposed to
That
have
makes sense.
parts,
That makes sense.
right?
They got the stuff. They're just trying to get something done for cheaper. The only time that might work is
Mhm.
where it's just getting oiled and serviced to such an extent that they don't need an extra part. I suppose that's what the owner, a particular owner, is hoping, so they don't have to pay as much for the service. That's my
Yes.
contention. So,
Yeah.
but if you have to get a part, then you're stuck because
Exactly. You
they
open the
said,
movement,
yeah.
and if you don't have the parts, then you can't repair it. Or what would they do?
Or if they try to
Use
repair
generic parts?
it, right? And if they try to do that, FP Journe, the first thing they're going to look at when they're servicing a client's watch, I guess,
Yeah.
to see if it was meddled with before, because
Exactly.
the money they're going to charge you. They say
Exactly.
you had someone fuck up and put this piece in. We didn't put this piece in. You used a generic something or other.
Exactly. That's kind of one of the problems with working with these smaller brands, right? You have to understand that if the watch ever needs servicing, it's gonna have to go back to the original manufacturer if they still exist. That's why a lot of people are worried. What's gonna happen to FP Journe brand in the future? Is this if this some? But I look, I think
No, that
FP
they're going
Journe
to
is a
allow.
clever guy.
There,
Yeah.
there's enough of the team that know the FP Journe culture, the MO
Hmm.
of FP Journe. There's a team there. It's not him
Yeah.
now anymore. He's kind of probably given. I don't know if he has sons or daughters that are in the game, but he has people
I think he
that know
doesn't.
what to do. What?
So
I don't think he does.
I'm just imagining this. If Chanel owns a bunch of shares with them, why not just put FP Journe in some of their boutique stores?
It might work. I don't know. I don't know the arrangement.
When he dies, and
Yeah.
FP and Chanel then can kind of take over. They just need some sort of creative mind to keep the movement and the semen hands and everything else going.
Yeah.
So that's how I look at that.
Yeah, they probably want that because it's a valuable property. That Chanel, they don't have big watchmaking capacity of their own. They don't have big.
I was shocked. I was shocked when Cameron mentioned that with Chanel. I never heard of Chanel watches before.
Well,
Right?
they have to, I think some years back, to find the people that know watchmaking to join their team, and manage that. And they have other watchmakers, like the management for watchmaking, whoever the watchmaker is, or a group of watchmakers. And so it's not just taking a stab at horology. They have people that know how to make watches under the Chanel brand, I guess. So
Here's a film. Here's a film about Chanel. Watch
There you go.
this. Yeah. It looks very epic.
I am a landscape and a silence. I am a workshop looking out onto the Swiss mountains at 1,000 meters above sea level. In a town dedicated to secular watchmaking craftsmanship.
Whoa, Chanel flag.
I am the birthplace of Chanel watches, imagined and designed by Arnaud Chastain in Paris, and created here in La Chaux-de-Fonds. I am a home for the imagination, a heartland for tradition, a haven for innovation. I am the locus of all that is possible, where the curves of design are redrawn 100 times to attain perfection, produced as a prototype, then metamorphosed into a watch creation. I am a multitude of savoir-faire and expertise, often demanding years of apprenticeship. I am the magician of the tourbillon and the jumping hours, the alchemist of ceramic, the enchanter of the most precious of materials. I am precision and exactness. I am the beating heart of each Chanel timepiece, from the simplest to the most complex. I trace the path of eternity. I am patience and passion. I am the Chanel watch manufacturer.
Or as Mickey puts it, I am a fashion watch.
Okay.
I would have never imagined. I mean, Mike Lewis is telling me I've never heard of them. No, I never heard of them.
Right? What a facility.
It's a chick play. It's a chick store. I've been to Chanel 3 times, and because I was following the tail of a girlfriend. Okay, that's the only reason why I was in a Chanel store. All right. Okay.
Who was that French actor that used to be the model spokesman person? She's a famous actor, blonde woman. Okay, I'll look her up and tell you. But she represented Chanel for a long time, really established.
I don't know. I don't know if I like these women's models. I'd rather get a Cartier and call it a day.
This is their big thing right now, these blue ceramic.
I'm not crazy about that design.
Yeah,
I mean, they're still good, but
no, these J models. This looks like a Submariner knockoff.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather walk into a Cartier store and buy a Cartier for my significant other.
Yeah, but their newer stuff, they have some better stuff.
Okay.
It's this is like
it's hard
they're popular, like it or not. They're very popular. You know, when we get this, Tim, get this. Let me show you something. This is gonna blow your socks off. When we were in London at the Duke's, okay, the Duke's bar. You know the Duke's bar?
Seville Row.
Yeah, exactly. On the Seville Road there at the Duke's bar with Sean, Kojak, and Red Shovel. We were getting drinks. These were like the best fucking drinks in the world. The coldest martini. Yeah, mathematically coldest martini.
They're probably like $40, but that's okay.
It was expensive, man.
Cheap, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Tim, I sent you the picture of the woman that represented Chanel, like the perfect.
Yeah, Angelina Jolie did represent Chanel, and yes, Mickey, I think she's just evil, like my ex-wife. She's
who was that? Who?
Angelina Jolie.
Angelina Jolie.
Oh, was he
Brad Pitt's ex-wife?
She was difficult. She was difficult, eh?
She is. I think she's extremely difficult. I think Brad Pitt should have stuck with Jennifer Aston, the girl next door. Okay. As a matter of fact, he was married to her, and they had a movie. I guess Brad Pitt was doing a movie with Angelina Jolie, and then they started to fuck around, and then he ended up marrying her.
Yeah.
Look at this. Aren't women just by nature evil?
No.
Yeah,
Stop
I think they have an evil.
Roommate. I'm just speaking on behalf of roommate. I'm just seeing how roommate is. I think she might be evil. It's just nature. They can't help themselves. It's just how they are.
Okay, you're doing your shtick. You're doing your shtick. Stop it.
Yeah. Anyway, Timmy, I really don't like this watch at all.
This was a woman next to us that she couldn't finish her martini. She tried it. She had like a sip, and then she said she can't finish it. And she was like kind of complaining about it. So I turned to the table and I started chatting with them. She ended up giving me her drink.
Good.
And I asked her to show me the watch, and this is the watch she was wearing. You see?
And in the meantime, you probably got like some sort of STD in the mouth.
It's alcohol. You can't get. It just kills all that stuff.
All right. Okay. I'm just busting, but that's okay.
It was pure gin.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Frozen.
So, Tim, I sent you the famous actor that used to represent the Chanel. You know, from the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
And she's one smart actor too. She was in a film with Jack Lemmon. What was that film with Jack Lemmon? I gotta find it.
Let's pull it up here. What about? Oh, okay.
Catherine
Look at the hair.
I mean,
wow.
Love that hair.
She was one woman, very classy back in the 60s.
It's hair that you can pull. I like it.
70s. Lee Seydoux was one hell of a good actor. That was more present day, but it was Catherine. It was Catherine Deneuve.
Oh, look at that! She's Chanel No. 5. She's like humping it. That was my mom's favorite fragrance. She's things that I remember about my mom. That was like a big deal with my mom.
Yeah, and she had a way with those.
Beautiful. By the way, of course she is, but she is beautiful.
Yeah. And right into her older years, and the one she's been in a lot of good French films, really serious, but she was in a film with Jack Lemmon.
Yeah, she's gorgeous.
Wow.
Yeah, she's beautiful. It's just it's some people are just gorgeous.
Oh, this is Cam's girlfriend here.
That's good. That works.
Yeah, it's very cute.
Yeah.
Hey, did he allow you to wear this? I mean, send this. Did he let you?
How did we stumble into this thing? Hold on a second.
No,
and the internet just works in a weird way.
Good for him. No,
by the way, whilst we're on the topic of FP Journe, let's take a look at this.
Yeah, whose watch is that?
Ooh, I wonder whose watch could this be?
I wonder whose watch that is.
The chronometer blue.
Yeah, I thought that I was in love with that watch, but
you don't like it?
No, I may have been too caught up with how fantastic and magical that blue was.
Yeah, this is the only FP Journe that like. Look, I would settle for Elegante.
Timmy, if I said this is my one and my banger, would you believe me?
I thought you sold it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Which is a mistake because it went.
That was a mistake. It was a huge mistake. You should have never done that. I
want one again.
It's a fucking beautiful watch. It's so
They
perfect.
went up 15 grand since I sold it.
Wow. Yeah. Despite the market crash.
There is a huge whatever. I sold it back. What is it? European Watch Company.
These are great.
She was with Jack Lemmon in April Fools, but I thought she was with.
I love Jack Lemmon.
Yeah, one smart guy, and he was in April Fools with her, but I thought she was in another film with him. I'm trying to find it, but whatever. That goes back years ago, 69.
Wow.
Timmy, I think the movement on these things, everyone at FP Journe's moving.
Chanel is very smart to
100%.
invest in FP Journe.
100%.
And they might be, over time, over the next whatever 40 years, they might be able to wrestle full control over to themselves of FP Journe.
100%.
Right? With
Because
that,
they could put two if once he dies, and he's up there. I think, what is he, in his early 70s?
Mhm.
He's got 20 years. Well, if he dies, then they can put 2 or 3 of these boutiques in their store. Just imagine that.
yeah. That facility that's making those J12s garbage could be spending time making real watches like this one. Like those watchmakers, they're just practicing right now to become the
they're
next generation of
That's
FP
right.
Journe watchmakers.
It's fun. It's funny. What is it? Their competition, LVMH or whatever it is. They stepped up big time. But you know what? No one's buying their watches. I don't see them being bought. LVMH.
Oh, really?
I don't see.
They're struggling.
I don't think they're doing that great. How their high-end watches that they've got.
Yeah, it's very quiet.
Yeah. Well, who's got one in the community?
I only know one person. I'm trying to get him to join us on the live stream to show us the watch. But you're right. It's
no one's got one. I looked at the platinum one really closely.
Yeah.
I mean, they were really, really closely because I did have a spending history with them because of my ex-wife, and they kept it for they kept it since 2017.
No, I know Marcus. He's got the tambour. He likes it. He's got this one right here with the
he's got that
gray
too.
guy.
Taylor Swift wears that.
Real Taylor Swift? What?
Wears that watch? Yeah.
Wow.
But I mean, I'm sure she
Pretty
just
cool.
goes in FP Journe. They just like give her like all these freebies.
Yeah, of course. Okay, there's actually new models.
You like
Check
these?
this out. I think it's way better compared to what they used to make in the past. Like these are actually oh my god, look at this with rainbow bezel and hour indices. We totally missed it.
I'm just not a fan of the look. I mean,
The rainbow
better. No, I'm just talking about the. Oh yeah.
Oh, just in general look.
Indices, that's nicer. I'm just not a fan of that.
Oh, this is not my cup of tea. But do you like this? You guys like this?
It's a little bit better, but I'm not a fan of their design on the dial in general.
How much do they want for something like this, Timmy? 40, 50?
Let's see here. Oh no, price upon request.
Okay, when they say that, it's like through the roof.
It's more expensive, yeah.
Yeah, the blue one, yeah. The blue one is 20,000.
Yeah, I bet you can pick up that in secondary market for like in 3 years for 12.
And get this, they have this ceramic version now for 71,000 fuckaroonies.
So do you think it's that much more to make a ceramic watch than it is a stainless steel watch? I don't.
No. There's got to be just a markup for the flex value of it.
So I agree with Mike Lewis. I think for the value and for the money, I think Hermes make the best watch now. I think they make outstanding watches. I think LVMH's watches are like, I think they're just too pricey for what they are. This is not worth $70K. I'm sorry.
This is ridiculous. $70K for ceramic. Look, the gold one. Let's see. Gold one. Oh fuck! Price upon request. Oh no, sorry. This one. Oh man, they copied kind of a Daytona with these orange baguettes.
Yeah. So Timmy, I just give you some heads up. This weekend I was wheeling and dealing, so I've got $10,000 deposit at what is it, Vacheron Constantin or Bourdain's in Chicago. So I called the guy and I said, I don't want the watch. He goes, well, what do you want? I go, can you put it for a 222? So supposedly that deposit is going to go for a 222. When I get it, I don't know. And are they going to go up another 15%? I don't know. But what I did do this weekend while I was in the Hamptons is I was bored for about 3 hours after I was watching your site, and I bought my first Omega.
Oh shit!
And I didn't buy it through a boutique. I bought it online. You can buy everything online now. I'm sending it to New Hampshire, so I don't pay tax.
What?
So
Congratulations.
you can buy that white Speedmaster online now and send it. I didn't buy that. I bought the I never tried it on. So
wait, how do you get
That's
with not having to
risky.
pay tax?
So I go.
The white dial Speedmaster.
Is up
This one right here. You just bought it from the website?
Yeah, I didn't buy it.
Oh shit! Currently unavailable now. Please join the wish list.
You know what? Believe it or not, this weekend you could have bought. No, you can buy the one with the rubber strap. You can buy the one with the rubber strap. Just get the thing later.
Let's see it. Oh yeah, there you go. Add to the basket.
Okay.
You can buy everything. Oh yeah, that's right, Mickey. You mentioned this. This is where it came from. I was trying to figure out which douchebag in the chat and you're in. Which mentioned this, and you're right. I owe you. Okay, I owe you. So anyway, in any event, Mickey, you know I'm just joking. So anyway, and it's Mr. Douchebag, right? So anyway, I bought the Pilot. It's fat, but it's 40 millimeter, and I bought straps for it. I bought NATO straps because I don't like bracelets. So I'm like the only schmuck that likes NATOs or nylon or whatever you call them. So you can scroll down and then you can pick your strap. They're expensive for Omega's straps. You scroll all the way down.
Omega strap-ons.
You strap-ons. So I like strap-ons. Maybe it doesn't have it for that. Usually when you scroll down, they have. Oh yeah, you missed it. You went too fast.
I went too
Keep on going.
fast.
Slow it.
Oh, here we go.
There you go. And you can scroll and pick your strap. So I have a blue one and I have a red, and coming with. They're $190 though. I mean, I could have gotten my ones from my old man's store for $40. I could have gone to Amazon for $30, but they're strap monsters. So this is going to be my beater. And it's
a nice watch.
Yeah, it's fine. I know it's not this one.
Kevin O'Leary mentioned that Speedmaster was his first watch, right?
No, I got the Pilot. So you're not gonna.
The Pilot. Okay.
You're not gonna like it, but that's fine. I don't really care what you like. So anyway, but the straps are expensive.
Oh, there's some fun new colors here. Look at this. I've never seen these colors. Look at that. That looks cool.
I like the variations of blue.
Right. Look at all these blue stripes.
So the little chintz I am. I actually called them, and because I bought two, I asked them if I could have one as a courtesy for free, and they gave it to me.
Nice.
So nice, huh? No, so it's being sent to New Hampshire. Everything I get it like on Thursday or Friday, and that's it. I'll beat the hell out of it.
It's a great watch to beat the hell out of. Wear those straps. They're good quality. They wear out.
$190 though. $190 for a stinking nylon strap.
Yeah.
Come on.
Humble Pine actually gifted me one of these straps. Check this out.
Oh, you know what? I did get the steel bracelet with it, but I don't wear steel bracelets.
Oh, okay. The basic steel bracelet.
Yeah. And it does come with a strap, but it's a gray one. So it's kind of a funky watch, but I want a chrono and I just want to beat on it.
Look at this. Look at this. This is this is the special edition one. This was like a $300 version, not just the $200, because that's the Spectre edition.
That's stupid money too.
Yeah.
Where do you get that from?
Humble Pine gifted it to me. I'm gonna put it on my Speedmaster. Should I do it now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, speaking of that, Timmy, there's a stream that I gave you. I guess a toolbar. I never realized this, but a toolbar is like really important for a watch collector.
Yeah. I
But
think I
Timmy,
had one. I don't know what I did with it.
Timmy, you
Mhm.
realize the toolbar is really important for a watch collector, right?
Yes,
All right.
it's
And
super important.
the Bourgeon one, the 1875 is
Persian,
like the
yeah.
noted one, but then that one in Hong Kong, there's a stream on this. You should play that stream about.
The Bergeon tools.
No, I let me resend this stream. This is like fascinating. I learned a lot this weekend, like doing. Hold on.
You're doing some
I,
homework.
I gotta find it.
See here. Try to very carefully take off this bracelet. That
Hey, do me a favor, Timmy.
yeah.
Play this thing. I want this tool from Hong Kong.
Is
It's
it
the one that you showed like 2 weeks ago on the stream.
or is it the deluxe one?
Yes.
Oh, it's a cool one, man.
I never knew this existed.
Here, I'll play it.
I just sent it to you.
Meantime, I'm doing it with the regular Bergeon tool like this.
All right.
Like I'm changing
you don't-
straps over here like a caveman.
You don't have those pliers?
I have the other one, but
The tweezers, I mean?
you know what? The other one is for Rolex. This one, because Omega spring bars, they're different, so I can't get it to grip. But this one is different. Hold on, let me put this video. This is a great tool. I'm actually
And by the way, this is, in my
I'm
opinion,
hoping to grift enough super chats to someday buy it.
they're $183.
It's
It's the
expensive.
same price as the Bergeon 1873. I never knew these existed until like you
Mhm.
started to mention this.
Here we go. Let's play this video. Shit. Oh. Here we go.
Yes, it looks very easy on video when you see, watch professionals who do it all day long, or the sales.
Gotta turn on louder.
But when you're just an enthusiast or you're not used to doing it all day, it can be quite frustrating. And let's talk about the Namhing tool. So let's quickly look at it, look at the construction. It's made of anodized aluminum. It is very well constructed. It feels good in the hand. It's quite heavy, not too heavy, but it has a reassuring weight to it. On one hand, you have the tips that are very similar to the 7825 from Bergeon. So it's perfect for Rolex and Tudor bracelets and spring bars. And on the other hand, you have those plastic projections here. It is adjustable in width from 16 to 24, I believe. But then you could put actually the tips on the other side and screw them on the outside, so you could go even wider. It is bouncy, so you can actually set it to the width that is necessary for your bracelet, and it's very well made. So the advantage of this is that it is just as easy to remove the bracelet compared to the 7825. It's the same thing, but you can flip it around, and then once you flip it around, you can use the plastic projection to put back the bracelet without scratching anything, without murdering your lugs, without damaging the watch case. It is much easier. So if you're like me, you don't do this every day and you're not a professional, this is a very welcome little tool here. So in conclusion, I see 3 advantages to using the Namhing tool over the Bergeon. Number one, it's more convenient to hold. When you hold the Bergeon 7825, you're always going to be at an angle because of the way
Pain
the
in the
tweezers
ass.
are made. But when you hold this tool, you're always going to be perpendicular to the bracelet and the watch case. So this is more convenient to use, actually.
Such a nice little tool there.
Where do you get? I mean, my question is, where do you get it?
Deluxe sells them. Deluxe. They just announced the release.
How much are they? Like $500 there?
I'll check right now. I think it's like $300.
Oh,
They're not cheap.
Okay, all right.
So by the way, I took off. In the meantime, I took off the bracelet from the Speedy and put the spring bar back on.
You took that off pretty easily.
Yeah.
So then maybe you can take off my head.
I could take. I'll take your head off next time we're hanging out together, Daniel, on the live stream. Yeah. We'll do it for super chat, and then I'll reattach it to my body, and then I'll put my head on your body.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll do a switch. Okay, it's kind of a tight fit here. But here we go. Let's pass this thing through.
That means Daniel will have to be the Tim Wright in France, and you can be like the cast comedian.
Yeah, Daniel's gonna have to host the show, and I'll just get to join in.
Could be like the
that's right.
Rodney Dangerfield of the watch community.
Yeah. Boom. Check.
He gets no respect.
What tool did you use, Tim?
I used the standard Bergeon tool.
Just the basic one. Okay.
Yeah.
I like Speedies better on the NATO than anything else. I know everyone's going to disagree with me, but I like nylon straps. People hate them. I mean, people loathe them.
Hell yeah. Look at that. That's the Speedy on the NATO strap. Marco, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Tim, enjoyed all your content lately and the panel.
That was a good correction from lady to lately, Tim.
I know, right? How am I saying lady?
I don't know.
What the hell?
And penises. So
lady and penises.
Yeah. Thank you, by the way, Marco.
On a NATO strap now.
I like him. So Mike Lewis hates it. Okay, don't like it. He doesn't.
He doesn't like it.
No, he doesn't like it. See,
it's a different vibe. You see, it's a completely different vibe.
It's cash.
Yeah, more cash. You know, it's the lines are. You know, they're very different. And by the way, the buckle is in the good central position. On this one, got an Omega buckle, and yeah, it's a wide. It also has more presence on the wrist because it's.
I think someday they'll come back. I think right now, for the last 10 years, they're sort of like dormant.
The NATO straps.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at $300 a strap, you know, people don't want to buy it. What the hell?
Well, you can't blame them. That's expensive to me.
Yeah, I can't afford this stuff. That's why, you know, we respect Humble Pine so much on the stream for gifting this thing to me so I can show it on the stream and show people what it kind of looks like, what you're paying your money for. Okay?
I actually like it better on that than a bracelet. See,
it is.
Mike Lewis is going to say, yeah, there you go, bracelet's nicer. Okay. The other thing I don't like about bracelet, too, you're going to scratch your damn bracelet all the time.
You know, it's really good quality though. The quality on this fucking thing is just top notch.
You know the thing that I hate about the watch when you get in your car and you have to put on your seatbelt. I always scratch my watch on putting my seatbelt into that latch.
Okay,
always. Yeah. It doesn't matter what car it is or whatever.
Okay. You here's something worse than that.
What?
I was taking a glass of water to drink, and I
Did you drown someone? Did you drown yourself?
Oh, the water missed my mouth and.
I know. Yeah, we saw a picture. I thought you peed on yourself.
Yeah, I know.
That's all right.
Make comments related to that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You need Depends and all this other stuff, you know.
No. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not either. Not yet.
Hopefully I'm gone before that happens.
Me and you both. I don't know how my sister took care of my 92-year-old mother, but she did. And boy.
Yeah. Tim, I'm gonna go, guys. I'm gonna go because.
All right, Daniel. Thank you so much for joining us. Sorry for keeping everybody extra late tonight.
It's party time.
Yeah.
Mike Lewis is saying that he can't take me anywhere. Okay, guys. Later. I'll talk to you later.
Take care.
I've been watching your streams. They're actually really good. Your video is outstanding. So whatever you're using for a camera, I'm curious on what you use. Not like I'm going to be doing that, but you do a really good job.
Professional setup.
Yeah.
Professional camera, you know. Let's watch a little bit more of this interview.
We're still on this thing. Okay,
20 minutes in. I don't know. Look, maybe it's already 4 hours in. How much time do you have? You have like another 15 minutes. What do you think?
I have 15 minutes, but 9:30. For me, you got to call it quit.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do 20 more minutes. Okay. We'll go as far as we can, and maybe we'll pick up tomorrow. We'll continue. If I have no other content, I think this is good controversial content. We could milk this for a while. It's good stuff.
When we had this discussion,
Oh, and then Wednesday, Thursday, I have 2 very big interviews lined up for you guys. So we'll probably
what days are those again?
Wednesday and Thursday.
Okay, terrific.
Got 2 interviews back to back.
So
Industry people.
So FYI, I bought an Omega Pilot. Okay, not an Omega Speed. It's the Pilot. It's the one that it's thick, but it's only 40 millimeter. It's the one with the loom hands and they're like solid brick loom. They came out like 4 or 5 weeks ago. No, months ago. Sorry, 6 months ago. Say. So anyway, and I ordered it online. I said they're sending it to my New Hampshire address, and I'll pick it up on Friday or Saturday. 10 grand, and then the two other things was $190 for the NATO straps. They gave me, because I called. I said you gotta give me one free. What do you think? Well, I'll keep it for 10, 15 years, whatever.
Just keep it.
Yeah, beat on it.
Yeah.
100-meter water resistance on that one.
That's the good thing, because these chronographs,
it's very thick
tough.
though. It's a hockey puck. It's like close to 15 meters. You wouldn't like it, and it has a date. It only has 2 registered meters. You're not gonna like it, but I don't really care. It's not for you, it's for me. Anyway.
All right, let's do a few more reactions here to like a couple more minutes, and then you know what? I think that we'll just do it as a 2-parter. Today we had an interview with Cameron, gentleman who filmed the interview, right? And then tomorrow we'll finish up this Kevin O'Leary saga, and maybe we'll go over his collection. I think that would be a fun.
I also think we should hit the Teddy Bolasar thing.
Yeah, exactly, and that could be the conclusion. Tomorrow's going to be the conclusion of this 2-part Kevin O'Leary saga.
Unfortunate discussions. Well, it's my watch. I can do whatever I want with it. Absolutely, but I can do whatever I want. I don't have to deliver a watch to you. You have your freedom. I have my freedom.
Sure. But the circumstance is different if someone comes to you and they're in a tough spot in life.
Absolutely.
And that's a different situation.
I mean, François Paul accepted just for the America last year 4 times. I said, we have this case. I said, why are you even asking me? Of course, not a problem. I said, of course I have to ask, because François Paul is micromanaging. He wants to know everything. so no problem. I said, yes, no problem. One guy got divorced. Okay, it happens. What can we do? He was cash poor. Okay, I understand. So we had one guy, just imagine also, one guy from Panama, I think, that wrote to us from Latin America. We have a team for Latin America. I said, I would like to buy a Chronometer Bleu and Elegant from you so I can sell them and make money. The guy figured out, say, that's so good. You should sell them one. So
you should frame that in here.
What do you think?
Yeah.
They probably shouldn't sell that guy a watch if he says he just wants it to flip it and make money on it. But it is ballsy, and just to see, somebody just tried to see what's gonna happen.
To say that is ballsy.
Yeah, and it's good laugh.
We told him, I said, we're so happy that you're telling us the truth. It's so transparent. We really like this, but obviously we can't do it.
Yes.
We feel sorry for you, but thank you for being honest. But the guy figured out, nobody thought about this. I figured it out.
I'll just ask.
I mean, the worst thing I can say is no.
Of course.
That's the thing. We have too many people that are circling around on this. You have another kind of people that we are, let's say, concerned about. The one that think that, and I don't know if it's the right marketing term, is the, how do I call that? The pride or the fact that the honor of wearing a Journe, because he's the best watchmaker alive. But do you know he's the best watchmaker alive? We just heard it was the best.
Right.
How does it relate to you? And we have this wave of collectors, extremely wealthy sometimes, to say, I can't wear this. I have to wear something that represents who I am. So now we're going back to this collector kind of things, like I'm showing you what I have versus this, which is what we're looking at.
Right.
So we are very careful with these people, and we have a rule in the system, at least in the boutiques. There's some retail stores that we have around the world might not apply. This is, we are not allowed to sell a watch to a person that does not understand it.
Yep.
Should make sense, no?
Makes sense.
Boom. I think that's a interesting way to do it. Father Time, $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Father Time, for supporting the show. Put it on a leather, rubber, or textile strap, but never on a NATO, for fuck's sake.
I mean, and he's like,
It's
he's like a guru, and he doesn't like the NATOs either.
it's the chunky keepers and the folded strap worst look ever. I technically speaking, I think this one is for the Seamaster. It's not for the Speedmaster. This strap. It's for the Spectre edition
Because
of the Seamaster.
they need a longer one.
Yeah, yeah. And actually, I don't think it fits quite right here. But look, I just put it on just for
See, I've got another way. I've got another way of putting on a NATO strap. Someday I'll show you personally. I can't explain it on the stream, but I think it would look better if you do it my system, which is just one. It's basically one loop, but I'll show you sometime.
I think it would.
Way of putting it.
I think it would be a good video to do comparing Speedmaster, how it looks on 4 different straps, on the bracelet, on the rubber, on the NATO, and on the leather.
I mean, Father Time knows his shit.
I don't have the leather strap. I need to get the leather strap. Oh, actually, I also have a nylon strap for this thing.
So Father Time, the reason why I wear NATO is like when I golf or when I go jump in my boat or something like that. If it gets wet, I'm okay with it. Or if I start wrestling with the dog, which I do every day, like for an hour, I basically wrestle with my dog. Oh, that's a good looking strap.
You see that? Yeah. Huh?
Dude, that's a good looking strap. Is that a textile strap?
Exactly. I got this one at a mega discount. One of the viewers sold it to me. So I have this.
Who makes that?
No, this is official Omega.
Oh, no kidding.
This is official Omega rubber.
You got some good gig.
I only need I just realized it that I'm missing a leather strap, and I will have every single Omega strap that's possible. I think I need to start saving money. And then I'll do a video on the 3.
I mean, this is what you do.
4 materials.
If I had that, I'd hit myself with a 2x4 if I had 4 of those straps. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. But anyway, exactly. I like NATO. But yeah, that sailcloth strap or whatever looks really nice. The textile one.
Let me see how much a leather strap for a Speedmaster costs.
Well, I think it's $190. If you scroll down, all those straps are the same.
Oh, I want this one with the perforated.
Oh, I don't know. It might be more money.
Or this one. Which one? Which one?
You can add that. You can add that to your basket, Tim. You can buy like 6 Omegas right now. I just send them over.
Fuck, this perforated one looks nice. I gotta tell
you, that's a good looking watch.
Yeah. See, this is the one I have. The material, and then there's this leather one.
I don't know if I like the leather.
I think I like the other one, the perforated leather, more. This black leather looks kind of nasty.
It's more like a Tag Heuer, like a racing F1.
Yeah.
Strap.
But this one is for the white highlights.
What a good looking watch that is.
How do I buy that strap? How do I? Where do I go?
Buy the watch with the strap.
You have to buy the watch. No, there's no way.
I lost it on you. No,
here. Accessories. Here, accessories. Yeah. 2-piece straps. Okay, here we go.
Actually, their website is better than Rolex's. I mean, not to sound mean to Rolex. I was shocked how quick it was to buy a watch on stream. Yeah, that was Mickey's idea, by the way. You suck, Mickey.
Let's see. Where is it? There's some of the. Look at this black alligator strap with the pin buckles.
Oh, look at that. They have red. Do they have pink?
Oh, they have the pink one. Oh, look at this. This is with the pin fucking buckle. Maybe that. Oh, and then they have ones like this as well. Shit. Oh, well, I'm thinking this one. Oh, no, but this is a 19. That's not correct.
$350.
I know. It's not correct one. Oh, it's this one right here.
How much was your Jean Rousseau? How much was your Jean Rousseau strap?
It was 600? Jean Rousseau. Oh, it was 350.
All right. Okay.
Father Time, $5 super chat. Timmy, pick out a strap you like, and I will treat you. Be responsible and don't take the piss. My treat for all your hard work. Holy shit! Thank you so much. No, dude,
Mickey's gonna be pissed at that too because you're getting everything free.
Mickey's gonna freak out.
Mickey's gonna
tell him.
Don't say anything.
He's gonna be pissed. Yeah, he's been bashing me about all the gifts I got from Humble Pine. Fuck. Okay. No, I would never abuse.
I've never bought an Omega watch before, but I'm starting to really like them. You know what I like now too? People probably don't like is the new Railmaster. Even like that.
I
think they did a nice job with the new Railmaster. It looks like Aqua, whatever it is, but without the date. I think it's 38 millimeter. I think it's perfect. It's a 20 millimeter lug. It's again, you can put any sort of strap on it. I think they've done really well here.
Okay, here we go. I think. Oh shit. Okay, I think. You see, because you see, this is not including buckled here on the website. There. Okay, so this is the fabric one. Sorry. I guess this is the one I would get.
It doesn't.
This one right here.
All the time, don't you have like a 3-2-1? Who's got 3-2-1 in our community?
3-2-1. Father Artifact has. This is Father Time. Different.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Different. I think this is the one I think I should get. Now it's not $580. This is because it includes the stainless steel buckle, but without buckle, we can click there and then it becomes $290. I think that's what I should get.
I gotta say that. Yeah, that's so.
The perforated one is for the white dial Speedmaster.
That's as much as a Jean Rousseau strap.
I know.
That's ridiculous. I mean, they're making a killing on these things.
Yeah. It's wild.
I mean, I bet you it cost them maybe $8 to make those.
Oh, it's fucking cheap, man. The markup, it's all about that markup. But yeah, I think it's this one. If Father Time PayPal's this money, I'll go tomorrow. I'll freaking buy it before the live stream start. And I'll put it on the, if they have it in the store. I think they might have it in the store. This black leather. I think this would be the most responsible one. That way,
I agree.
Tim, it's perfect. It's a perfect video. Leather strap versus nylon versus bracelet versus.
It is actually. I like to see
rubber.
That.
Yeah.
I would still pick the nylon. I still pick the NATO, but that's just me. I'm like the only. I don't understand the hate for NATO straps. I just don't get it. I think they're the most practical thing you can wear, especially when like you travel on a plane, you're sweating like a pig. You know, you're next to someone that's fat and smelly, or you're going on a I don't know, you're going on a hike or walking your dog or whatever you do that's like a little bit of activity. I think it's like the best strap. I think it's even better than a rubber strap, even though I like rubber a lot.
See, let me show you why this system is kind of cool.
You know, the only thing I'm kind of upset about Omega is all these straps, they're spending so much money. They should have quick release on these things.
See the rubber. I have the metal pin buckle. So what I could, so I don't have to buy the metal piece for every configuration. No, that's $290 for the metal piece. Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
But then I can put my material strap to the metal head, right? At the nylon, and I can have my rubber. And now, because Father Time gifted this one, the leather, I'll have the leather one to go with it as well. It's basically.
Yeah, thank you, Father Time, for that. Father Time, what kind of Omega watch do you have? You have a Speedmaster? What does he got?
He has a Speedy, yeah.
Okay. Gotta tell you,
he's wearing, by the way, the Pepsi in the shot right here, as you can see.
Oh yeah. Nice watch.
I think he has the same Speedmaster as me, actually. Let me check.
I really like the white one. I was going back and forth between the white and the Pilot, but I wanted something that I didn't have to wind every day. and I needed a date. How stupid that sounds, because usually I don't like watches with dates on them. But I needed a date for my daily banger. So that's my banger.
Yeah, you know what? He's got the same Speedmaster as me.
Okay.
Yeah, and he wears it on the rubber strap actually. He
Yeah,
loves that rubber strap. And he's got an incredible collection. He's got some beautiful pieces. He's got a JLC. He's got that watch, the Hermes that everybody loves, you know, the H08.
Yeah.
H08, yeah. Beautiful.
Well, I'm waiting for Rolex to have this idea where I can just go to Rolex, go to the site and say, okay, I'll just take a Pepsi and send it to my New Hampshire address. You think that will ever come like I just did with Omega?
You never know. You know, if you give them a good reason why you want one.
I'm not buying from a boutique. I don't want to deal with the person. I hate people personally. I'm recluse. You know, that's one of many reasons you don't see my face. So the other thing is you know, totally into that. Totally into the, you know, Amazon sort of, you know, touch and pay, you know?
Holy fuck, Tim.
Yeah.
Father Time just sent the money for the strap.
Wow.
And get this is a community speedy, right? So it's even more meaningful that I've got like the community speedy that the watch community helped me get. Now Humble Pine gave me the nature strap. Father Time sponsored the leather strap, and I bought the rubber strap. I think that was with the help of also obviously with the super chats, you know, that you guys donated, and I got the nylon strap and the buckle at a discount from one of the community members at like a 50% discount. He sold it to me, so that was like a, you know, big donation as well. So this is a full-on community sponsored Speedmaster. I'm never fucking selling this watch in my life. If this would have to be the last watch I sell, you know, I'll try to be responsible and try to grow and build this show so that I don't go broke, obviously. And hopefully, I'm really grateful that Father Time was enjoying the live streams lately. I've been fucking working hard.
So Nikon FM2N. See, this is the stuff that just drives me nuts. You haven't listened to the stream. I ordered one. It has come. Okay, you probably won't
coming
see
soon.
It. But you know what? When I see Timmy in New York sometime in this fall, I'll bring it. Okay.
Bring it. We'll do a little secret live stream. We'll unbox it.
There you go.
Show your face.
By the way, I do like the avatar. It's pretty cool. That's from Planet of the Apes. That was the doctor chick that was trying to save Charleston Heston, right?
By the way, Nikon FM. That's Hamilton Juan. So I don't know if you remember him, but he's got a very special Omega as well. He's got like a chronograph GMT.
I've never owned an Omega in my life.
Here, I'll show it to you. It's a great watch. And by the way, whilst we're on the Omega here, very quickly, check this out. I want to share just very quickly. Check this out. Since we're talking Omegas, right?
Yeah.
Here is shout out to Dingo Dave. He pulled the trigger on the Omega, the vintage one.
That's a beautiful watch. That's really my taste. That's really nice. Nice, Dingo. I think you got a good deal on that too. That's a solid gold Omega. It's big enough. It looks big enough on your wrist, and you look like a bigger guy than I am. So I think it's a damn good watch. Nice.
And check this out. He was watching Kevin O'Leary video. That's awesome. Shout out to Dingo Dave. And so this is Hamilton Juan's collection. As you can see here, he's got this. This is actually
he's got an Omega. That's actually sort of what I bought. I got the pilot version of the 57. That's a 57, I think, right?
That's the Aquaterra.
Aquaterra. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No,
Aquaterra.
that's a Timmy. I think they call it something different. Okay, got to correct me.
Seamaster GMT, and it's also GMT Chrono. I don't know. Does it have a special name, you think?
I think it's called a 57. Am I right?
Oh, you reckon?
I don't know. Someone
sure.
correct me in the chat. Am I fucked up? Okay. I don't know.
Father Time says, wear the strap in good health, buddy. You earned it. Thank you so much, Father Time. I really, really do appreciate it. And I hope you're able to watch this Wednesdays and Thursdays live stream. I've put a lot of time in scheduling and bringing these people from the watch industry onto the live stream. Coordinating all this stuff takes a lot of effort. And I prepared the show. I'm preparing the questions. I hope you guys enjoyed today's live stream because, you know, when Cameron messaged me earlier today that he's willing to come on the live stream, you know, he said he's only going to be able to stay like 30 minutes. He's like 30 minutes because I think he thought we're going to be like super like douchey. Yeah. So he said like 30 minutes. He you know, maybe there's a misunderstanding about how people perceive me in the watch world, but I'm really trying to change things around and just understand that this is a place where watch enthusiasts come together with an unbiased opinion, and we want to interview and get to know as many people as possible in the industry too, so we can collectively learn more about each other. And so you saw how like he came in. We stayed for an hour and 30 minutes, and you know, which was so incredible that, you know, I freaking dropped everything. I was writing questions for 2 hours before the stream, thinking up like, what can I add? I was watching and rewatching the Kevin O'Leary interview to see what were like topics they were talking about. It took a lot of time to do today's show, so I'm glad that Father Time found it entertaining.
And Mickey's in the chat now. So Mickey, Timmy just got another free item. Okay.
Mickey says Tim is all of our child.
Yeah. Got another free item.
Well, look, I'll share it on the stream with everybody. So it's not just my Speedmaster, it's ours collectively. Yeah. It's my honor to you know, to wear this stuff that you guys gift me, and I'm gonna do a video on this. I think that actually I think this is the kind of video that I need to make this stream, like to get lots of new subscribers, and this kind of video can go viral. You know, I don't think there is a video out there on all the straps that there is for Speedmaster, the official straps, right?
Agreed.
That'll be pretty cool. Hey, Cam, you're still out there partying. By the way, Cam, check this out. This is Hamilton Juan's collection. He's got a couple of Hamiltons in there. You see 3 Hamiltons. He's got there's 4.
What's the orange strap one?
That's the Steinhardt. It's like an Explorer 2 Steinhardt.
Nice. It's a really nice watch. I like its taste.
Yeah, it's a working man's kind of a watch. Steinhardt, although we're very critical on it because they're kind of homages of Rolexes. But look, it is, yeah, it's not a fake, right? That's the most important thing. It's a homage. It's affordable, but actually they're really good quality. That at least the saving grace is that they're built like reliable watches. That's cool. And he's got, look at all the Hamiltons. He's got a like, full-on Hamilton. Truly lives up to his name, Hamilton Juan. And oh, you know what's the most important thing about this Aquaterra? What makes it special?
What?
This was gift from his wife.
Nice.
How rarely does that ever happen? So it's truly incredible.
Never.
It's a watch for life, and technically it's all you need right there. That one watch means more than anything else in the world. Let's see. Cam is still alive. Cam, we're wrapping up here. So happy birthday
bar.
again.
Happy birthday, Cam. I'm getting off.
You got the seat
Thanks.
there.
I'll talk to you
Got
later.
a nice bar.
Yeah,
So
that is a really nice bar, but I don't see action there. I see a bunch of old guys, and I see.
I guess it's a whole bunch of rich watch collectors.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not too fun. They're not too fun.
No, they're kind of boring if you ask
Yeah.
me. Yeah, you know, it's worst way of spending time and money. So anyway.
Exactly.
All right, I'm jumping off.
I'll catch you tomorrow, Timothy.
Hey, happy birthday, man.
Thank you. I appreciate
Jimmy,
it.
talk to you later. Stream,
Thank you.
talk to you later.
Exactly. Guys, Cam, happy birthday one more time. I'm going to play the outro music here. Let's play the outro. Here we go. That's going to do it for Talking Watches episode 1610. Huge thanks to Cameron Ross Steiner for joining us tonight and giving us a rare behind-the-scene look at his interview with Kevin O'Leary and Pierre of FP Journe. It's not often we get to hear firsthand what it's like sitting across from a Shark Tank star and the U.S. director of FP Journe, talking about hype, scarcity, and whether this brand is still a collector's grail or just an investor's playground. We also broke down the original video together, dug into wish list versus wait list debate, and heard some strong opinions from the panel and the chat. And of course, none of this would happen without the people who keep the grift alive. The super chatters, the members, the lurkers who hit the like button, and everyone who tunes in every night at 5 p.m. New York time. You keep this show independent. You keep the espresso machine humming, and you keep me coming back here every single night. If you missed the start of the stream, catch the replay, and don't forget to follow Cameron on Instagram at Cameron Ross Steiner and watch the original FP Journe interview we discussed tonight. Until tomorrow, keep your watch bound, your hot take, and your grift money ready. See you at 5 p.m. sharp on the next